IU Natatorium and the 2025 Mid-States All-Star Championships. We always like to begin this event with our parade of teams. We'll bring them out one at a time. They parade to their team area, and then they do a cheer. So first up, let's bring out Team Kentucky. All right, let's hear it for Team Kentucky. How about it? Here they come. Big enthusiastic group, Team Kentucky. All right, Team Kentucky, what kind of a cheer do you have for us? Let's hear you. All right, Team Kentucky. Now let's bring out Team Wisconsin. All right, Team Wisconsin, let's whoop it up out there. All right, Team Wisconsin, let's hear your cheer. All right, Wisconsin. Now, please welcome onto the deck, Team Michigan. Team Michigan, get your hands up in the air. Come on, where's your energy? There we go. All right, Team Michigan, what do you got for us? All right, Team Michigan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Ohio. All right, Team Ohio, get your hands up in the air. Whoop, whoop. Team Ohio. OH. OH. All right, there you go. Big contingent here, Team Ohio. All right, Team Ohio, let's hear you. All right, great job, Ohio. Now let's bring out Team Minnesota. And from the frozen tundra of Minnesota, Team Minnesota, what do you got? All right, Minnesota, now we bring out host team, Team Indiana. Come on, Team Indiana, show some of that Hoosier spirit. All right, Team Indiana, let's hear your cheer. All right, Team Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto the deck our special guest, USA National Team member, Catherine Burkhardt. Catherine hails from Missoula, Montana. She's been a multiple-time medalist in NCAA Division I competition, in combined long course and short course world championship competition. Her medal count includes 5 bronze medals, 6 silver medals, and 6 gold medals. Most recently, Catherine was a member of Team USA at this past summer's Olympics in Paris, where she achieved a bronze medal in the 100-meter backstroke and was a member of the 4x100 medley relay. Ladies and gentlemen, Catherine Burkhardt. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the 10-meter tower as we get our flag bearers from all the different states out onto the 10-meter level. They must be stuck in the elevator. Way to go. All right. We can only do so much. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you at this time that you all please rise, remove your hats, as we honor the United States of America with the singing of our national anthem. All right, we're going to have a great weekend of competition here. 2025 Mid-State All-Star Championship. All of our competition today, except for the 1650 freestyles, will be done here in the South Pool. And when it comes to 1650 free, we'll be using both the North and South Pool. We're going to open it up this morning. It still is morning. We're going to open it up. 3 heats and 13-14 girls, 200 IM.
All right, here we go with the opening event of this event, the 2025 Mid-States 14 and Under All-Star Championship, sponsored by Speedo here at the IU Natatorium, downtown Indianapolis on the campus of IU Indianapolis. I'm Eric Eaton here on Indiana Swimming YouTube channel webcast here this morning. Event 1, 13-14 girls, 200-yard IM, swimming short course yardage this weekend. Heat 1, lane 1 will be Brooklyn Talley, 13-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2, Elise Brazel, 14-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Soph Berg, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Hannah Rose, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Sydney Piles, 14-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Kelly Burke, 13-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Rachel Brzezinski, 13-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 8, Joy Dries, 13-year-old from Team Ohio. 3 heats of time finals. All our events are time finals here this weekend at the IU Natatorium. Lane 1 is at the top of your screen. Lane 8 at the bottom. Athletes now transitioning to breaststroke. Out in lane 2, it's Elise Brazel from Wisconsin out in front. Participating teams here this weekend at the IU Natatorium: Team Indiana, the host team, Team Minnesota, Team Kentucky, Team Ohio, Team Michigan, and Team Wisconsin here at the 2025 Mid-State All-Star Championships. A change on breaststroke. Now in lane 7 in this opening heat, Brzezinski from Team Wisconsin is out in front. Again, event 1 here, 13-14 girls, 200-yard IM. 3 heats of time finals. The fastest seeded swimmers will swim in the 3rd and final heat. But it is a time final, so the winner of this opening heat, which looks like it's going to be Brzezinski in lane 7, is going to set the time to beat. Her opening time will be 2:10:31. And followed by, in lane 6, Kelly Burke with a time of 2:11:33. Heat 2 now, 13-14 girls, 200-yard individual medley, starting with butterfly, transition to backstroke, breaststroke, and freestyle. On Heat 2, lane 1 will be Kaya Casey, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 3, Leighton Lentz, 13-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3 is Abigail Campbell, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 4, Maya Turfler, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 5, Amelia Pan, 14-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 6 will be Lena Shapiro, 13-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 7, Ji-Yoon Woo, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. And lane 8, Claire Goslin, a 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Out front on the backstroke here in lane 6, Heat 2 is Shapiro from Kentucky. Opening day of competition will swim events 1 through 36 in just the South Pool here, which is the main competition pool. And then we're going to switch to 2 pools for events 37 and 38 to conclude the session today. That's actually session 2 on Saturday. The 1650s will be in the North Pool for the girls. That's event 38. And the 1650s for the boys will be in the South main competition pool you're watching right here. We'll have 2 separate webcasts for those. Here in Heat 2, 13-14 girls 200-yard IM, and Leighton Lentz in lane 2 from Team Ohio has made a move on the breaststroke leg, and she's taken a slight lead, but a closing charge here in lane 4 by Turfler from Team Indiana. And I think she took the lead away from her, that being Lentz, as we start the freestyle leg. But Lentz has not given up yet. Up at the top of your screen, looks like the battle here is between lanes 2 and 4 in the second heat. Lentz in 4 and Turfler in 4. A Team Ohio, Team Indiana battle here. Now coming on late in lane 6 on the freestyle leg is Lana Shapiro from Kentucky. But it's going to be Mia Turfler from Team Indiana. In lane 4 goes a 2:08.74. That's the new fast time, and the time to beat as we hit our third and final heat. Second in that heat, lane 6, Shapiro in a time of 2:09.52. Heat 3, lane 1, Ellen Bromwell, 13-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2 will be Chandler Offerman, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 3, Michelle Dean, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Mia Jones, 14-year-old from Kentucky. Lane 5, Haley Hunter, 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 6, Maria El Kadasi, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7 will be Marian Kalwait, 13-year-old from Team Minnesota. And lane 8, Brinley Banez, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Great start in lane 3 here by Michelle Dean from Team Ohio on the backstroke leg. Swimming her second 25 of the backstroke leg. She's opened up about a body length lead over Jones in lane 4 from Kentucky as we start the breaststroke leg. Still Dean out in front. Closing now a little bit here in lane 4 is Mia Jones from Kentucky. Still Dean out in front though as she gets ready for her final turn. Lane 3 here on the freestyle leg. The time to beat is 2:08.74, posted by Turfler in the previous heat. And getting the win in the heat will be Michelle Dean, lane 3, 2:04.94. So she's going to win the event and score 20 points for her team. Second place in the heat was Jones in lane 4. Looks like 2:06.99, and that'll be good for second overall. You get 20 points for an individual win. (16 places score, all the way down to 1 point for 16th place here at our individual events this weekend. Relays are double, 40 for first place. We move now to heat event 2, 13-14 boys, 200-yard IM. Heat 1 of time finals. Lane 1, Matthew Cron, 14-year-old from Wisconsin. Lane 2, Ryan Dew, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Reed McCammon, 13-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 4, Patrick Collins, 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5, Justin Okpany, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6 will be Sam Ero, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7 will be Alex Labum, 13-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 8, Dimitri Pronin, 13-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Out in front in lane 5 here is Okpany from Michigan as he starts the breaststroke leg. Making a move on the breaststroke leg here in lane 6, Sam Ero from Michigan. Looks like he's taken over the lead here. We start the freestyle leg now. 50 yards of freestyle. It's Ero in lane 6 ahead of Achmany in lane 5. A couple of Team Michigan teammates here. Opening heat, event 2, 13-14 boys, 200-yard IM. And Ero will take the opening heat in a time of 2:03:27. Achmany second, looks like 2:04:55. Heat 2, lane 1 will be Jasper Barone, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Linray on, 13-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3 will be Antonia Beleza, 14-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 4, Logan Brown, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Will Farrell, 14-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Harrison Lee, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 7, Gabe Broden, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. And lane 8, Matthew Quadros, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Heat 2, 13-14 boys, 200-yard IM. All athletes competing here at this meet this weekend are allowed to swim in a maximum of 6 individual events and 2 relays. And I believe we have a total of 420 athletes participating at this event this weekend. The 2025 Mid-States 14 and Under All-Star Championship sponsored by Speedo. Again, as I said, we have 6 All-Star teams. The end of the breaststroke leg here in Heat 2, 13-14 boys, 200-yard IM. Lane 6 with the lead, Harrison Lee. Once again, lane 1 at the top of your screen here at the IU Natatorium, lane 8 at the bottom. Harrison Lee from Team Kentucky. Lee will win this heat in a time of 1:57:31. 1:57:31. New fastest time. Second place was Logan Brown, lane 4. It's like 1:58:27 his time. Heat 3, lane 1 will be Nolan Dean, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Ian Kimmick, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Mac Allen, 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 4 is Kai Jarner, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Jacob Nadur, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6 is Bennett Kruckberg, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Andrew Kruger, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Caleb Tan, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Underway on the butterfly. Fastest seated heat here, event 2, 13-14 boys, 200-yard IM. Starting with the 200 IMs is all age groups, the 11, 12-year-olds and the 13, 14-year-olds swimming this event, as well as the 10 and unders. We have 10 and unders as well here. So we have the 10 and under age groups, the 11, 12-year-olds and 13, 14-year-old age groups here competing at this meet this weekend. Out in front here, Heat 3. In lane 4 on the breaststroke leg is Kai Joyner from Team Minnesota. Time to beat, 1:57:31. Joyner starts the freestyle leg. In second place in lane 5, right below him, is Jacob Nadur from Team Ohio. And it's Heat 3 will go to Kai Joyner from Team Minnesota. 151.67. 151.67. And that's just off the meet record. So he wins the event. Second place in the heat went to Jacob Nadur, lane 5, 153.73, and that'll be good for second overall. Event 3 now, 11-12 girls, 200-yard IM, 3 heats of time finals. Heat 1, lane 1 will be Bryn Palmer, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Emerson Northup, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Evian Kane, 11-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Alyssa Deal, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Jordan McPhee, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 6, Ella Urban, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Mary Bowe, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. And Lane 8, Lily Hopkins, 11-year-old from Team Kentucky. Meet record set in 2020 by Addie Rebilliard from Team Ohio, 207.93. Starting the breaststroke leg here in lane 3, it's like Evian Kane from Wisconsin with the lead. Deal from Team Kentucky building up a nice lead as she starts the freestyle leg. Second place in lane 3 is Kane from Team Wisconsin. Alyssa Deal with the lead here in lane 4 from Team Kentucky. And Deal will win this opening heat. Looks like the time is 2:18.41. Second place in lane 3, Kane, 2:21.83. Heat 2, lane 1, Grayson Schindhelm, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2 is Riley Massaglia, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Samantha Webster, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Francine Schottmer, 11-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 5, Maya Wiedeking, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Clara Laritzen, 11-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 7, Brooklyn Powers, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. And Lane 8, Alexis Conkey, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Laritzen in front in lane 6 from Team Michigan. Starting the breaststroke leg. Again, just to reset our teams competing here this weekend, we have 6 all-star teams. Team Indiana, the host, head coach is Kyle Johnson. Team manager is Maggie Newberger. Team Minnesota, head coach is Grant Moser. Team manager Michaela Bagley. Team Kentucky, head coach Chris Fay. Team manager Caleb Brannick. Team Ohio, head coach Mac Lewis. Team manager is also Mac Lewis. So head coach and team manager the same. Team Michigan, head coach Jamal Roberts. Team manager is Don Gurley. And for Team Wisconsin, head coach Michael White, team manager Angela Monty. Heat 2, it's Luritzen from Team Michigan out in front. Kind of beat, 2:18:41. Closing in lane 1, looks like it's Schindhelm, but Luritzen takes the win. 2:18:01, so she just moves into the lead just barely over Deal with that time. Second place, lane 1, Schindhelm, 2:19:21. Heat 3, fastest seeded heat in the time final, 11-12 girls 200-yard IM. Heat 3, lane 1 will be Peyton Smith, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2 will be Audrey Quill, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3 is a Mork, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Kate Allen, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 5, Emma Enge, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6, Adelise Trumpauer, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 7, Sydney Ermel, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. And lane 8, Ruby Sinninger, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Out in front in lane 4 is Kate Allen from Team Indiana. Allen transitioning to breaststroke. Ahead of second place in lane 5, Emma Enge from Michigan. Kate Allen pulling away from the field here in Heat 3, 11-12 girls 200-yard IM as she approaches her final turn on the freestyle leg far end of the pool. Looks like she'll just be off the meet record. Great swim by Kate Allen, though. 2:08:81 to take the win in the event. Finishing second in the heat, lane 6, Trumpauer, 2:13:64. She'll take second overall. Event 4, 11-12 boys, 200-yard IM. 3 heats of time finals. In lane 1, Talon Hawk, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2, Charlie Reynolds, 11-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3 will be Logan McCauley, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Zach Vallejos, 11-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Beck Bailey, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6 is Keshav Karan, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Reich Joyner, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 8, Archer Green, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. On the breaststroke leg out in front, lane 4 here is Vallejos from Team Kentucky. It's tight though. Lanes 4, 5, and 6 here between Vallejos in 4, Bailey in 5, and Karan in 6. Side by side going into the final turn here between Vallejos in 4 and Bailey in 5. A couple of Team Kentucky teammates going at it here. Coming inside the flags to the finish. Looks like Vallejos opening things up a little bit at the finish and shuts the touchpad off. Names on the scoreboard, by the way, are not correct. They'll have to get that corrected. Vallejos wins in lane 4. Times are correct. In a time of 2:20.65 for Vallejos. Heat 2, lane 1 will be, we got the names correct now on the scoreboard. Lane 1 will be Levi Benson, 11-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Jason Liu, 11-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 3, Cormac Jaquist, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4, Romy Burton, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 5 will be James David York, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Dylan Schoen, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 7, Charlie Dunbar, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. And lane 8, Frederick Musa, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Three-way battle for the lead on backstroke here. Lanes 3, 4, and 5. Jaquist in 3, Burton in 4, and York in 5. Or excuse me, lanes 2, 3, and 4. It's Liu in 2, Jaquist in 3, and Burton in 4. But then closing in at the finish of the backstroke leg in lane 5 was indeed York from Kentucky, making it a four-way battle, and also start to a nice breaststroke leg out in lane 7 as well. That's Dunbar. Heat 2, 11-12 boys, 200-yard IM. Going to be Romy Burton with the lead at the end of the breaststroke leg in lane 4 from Team Indiana. It's like being challenged in lane 2 by Liu from Team Minnesota. And Burton's going to take heat 2 here. Winning time will be 2:14.63. Second place in the heat was Liu in lane 2, 2:15.33. So 2:14.63 the time to beat as we start the third and final heat. Lane 1, Noah Terrell, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3, Isaac Fowler, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 3, Owen Boss, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 4, Andrew Zhang, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 5, Tate Stevens, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6, Victor Martin, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 7, Ryan Hugh. Hugh is a 12-year-old from Team Michigan. And lane 8, Dylan Zhao, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Meet record was set in 2019 by Jarrett Payne of Ohio in a time of 2:00:28. Lane 4 out in front, Zhang of Team Ohio. Two-day meet here at the IU Natatorium, the 2025 Mid-State All-Star Championship, sponsored by Speedo. Tomorrow's competition will be contested in 2 pools here at the IU Natatorium. The South Pool, which is the main competition pool for today. Then tomorrow we'll use the North Pool as well. The schedule is not really, I don't know if condensed is the right word, because they're still going to be swimming all the events that were scheduled to swim tomorrow, but they're just going to be using 2 pools so they can swim 2 pools simultaneously. There's inclement weather that's supposed to hit central Indiana early evening hours tomorrow, so they're trying to get everybody out of here around noon or so tomorrow. At least that'll be the end of the competition tomorrow, around noon. And dominating win here in this heat for Zhang, Andrew Zhang from Ohio. 2:05.85 to win the event. Second place in the heat went to Stevens in lane 5, 2:10.94. Moving to event 5 now, 10 under girls 200-yard IM. 3 heats of time finals. Lane 1 will be Maya Stroud, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 2 is Mary Inniger, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Kennedy Kuhn, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Olivia Alanen, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5 is Haley Zakrajix, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6, Hannah Linz, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Leah Yeon, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. And Lane 8, Lilia Piper, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lilia Piper from Kentucky in lane 8. On the breaststroke leg here in lane 4 with the lead here in this opening heat is Alanen from Team Minnesota. Now out in front here in lane 7, Yeon from Team Michigan. Leah Yeon. Not giving up, though, in the middle of the pool in lane 4 is Alanen. And those two about side by side off the final wall here as we head for home. Alanen's answered back, it looks like, a little bit, the charge from Yeon. Yeon might have grabbed the lead. I'm not totally sure on that, but Alanen's going to win the heat in lane 4 in a time of 2:39.30. Second place was Stroud, 2:14.95. Heat 2, lane 1, Piper Bailey, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 2 is Haley Milliman, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Penny McDonald, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Elizabeth Burke, 9-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 5, Mackenzie Setterland, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6, Abby Redding, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Anna Guo, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. And lane 8, Abigail Kimber, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Big early lead after the butterfly leg by Burke. Lane 4 from Wisconsin. Burke continues to maintain a healthy lead here over the athlete in lane 3, which is McDonald from Team Ohio. They're getting ready to start the freestyle leg here. Elizabeth Burke from Team Wisconsin is dominating this second heat. 1000 girls, 200-yard IM. And Elizabeth Burke swims a 2:33.80 in the second heat. 1000 girls, 200-yard IM. Second place in the heat went to Redding in lane 6, 2:37.43. Heat 3, lane 1 will be Riley Robertson, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Sophia Liu, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3, Isla Wensman, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Scarlett Martin, 10-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 4 is Aubrey Claggett, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6 is Ailsa Mendoza, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 6, Emily Nichols, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. And Lane 8, Carly Trent, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Meet record was set in 2019 by Hannah Gergel from Team Michigan at a time of 2:21.32. Leading in lane 4 here is Martin from Team Indiana on this breaststroke leg. Making a charge here on breaststroke in lane 6 from Indiana, Mendoza. Looks like it's between those two right now. Martin in 4 and Mendoza from 6. And trying to get in the race as well in lane 2, also from Team Indiana, Liu. It's like Martin in lane 4 still out in front, halfway to go on the final lap of this freestyle leg. Martin now pulling away to take the win at the finish in lane 4. 2:27.84 for her. and that'll win the event. Second place in the heat went to Mendoza in lane 6. 2:29 flat, by the way. You can check Meet Mobile for all the results of this meet this weekend here at the IU Natatorium. Move to event 6. 10 and under boys, 200-yard IM, 3 heats of time finals. In lane 1, Harrison Yankee, 9-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2, Harrison Carr, 9-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 3, Ben Humphrey, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4, Ben Kohler, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Logan Dudinsky, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6, Jack Reynolds, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Theo Hoverod, 9-year-old from Team Michigan. And lane 8, Nathan Ma, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6 out in front here, that's Jack Reynolds from Team Wisconsin. As he starts this freestyle leg. And the win will go to Reynolds, 245.34. Second place, Dudinsky, 247.27. Heat 2. Lane 1 will be Ziggy Nesta Mejos, 10-year-old from Wisconsin. Lane 2, Walter McCune, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3 is Caden Lemon, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Luke Rojic, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 5 is Jojo Cerati, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 6 will be Jogi Egbers, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Ethan Ma, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. And in lane 8, Carbon Hawk, 9-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Heat 2, 10 under boys, 200-yard IM. It's lane 8 out in front here. Or excuse me, lane 7 out in front. That will be Ethan Ma from Team Ohio on the freestyle leg. Lane 1 at the top of your screen, lane 8 at the bottom. Heat 2, 10 boys, 200-yard IM. Ethan Ma will win the heat. Stops the clock in a time of 2:32.69. Second place to Sarate in lane 5, 2:33.98. Heat 3 now, fastest seeded heat. Lane 1, Fitz Motor, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 2, Ryan Tien, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3, Revizin Trumpauer, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Gabriel Brown, 9-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 5 will be Charlie Hazel, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Marek Shepko, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 7 is Channing Wenzel, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Sean Northup, 9-year-old from Team Kentucky. Heat 2, 10 boys, 200-yard IM. Jarrett Payne set the meet record in 2017 in a time of 2:18.37. The win goes to Brown in lane 4, 2:22.36 to take the win in the event. For Gabriel Brown, second place in the heat to Hazel, lane 5, 2:29.30. That'll be second place overall. Moving on to event 7 now, 13-14 girls 100-yard freestyle. 3 heats of time finals. In lane 1, Audrey Crawford, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2 will be Bree Harvey, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 3, Miranda Phelps, 13-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 4 will be Mia Terpler, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 5, Brooklyn Talley, 13-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 6, Emma Sina, 13-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Sophia Craig, 13-year-old from Team Ohio. And lane 8, Megan Greenberg, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. And at the wall, it's going to be Terfler. Mia Terfler goes a 53.40. And second place was Sina, lane 6, Looks like 53-55. Heat 2, lane 1, Sophie Schneider, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2, Kennedy Brooks, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Haley Hunter, 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 4, Bree Butler, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 5, Rachel Berzinski, 13-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 6 will be Mia Jones, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 7, Eva Hughes, 13-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 8, Catherine Howe, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Kennedy Brooks with the win, 52-36, lane 2. Hunter got second, lane 3, 53-06. In Heat 3, lane 1, Ellen Bromwell, 13-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2, Claire Herpel, 14-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 3 is Janessa Centerez, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Ashlyn Hayes, 13-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5, Lana Shapiro, 13-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Maddie Bowman, 14-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 7, Melanie Ortiz, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. And Lane 8, Brenly Bonez, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Meet record set in last year 2 years ago, 2023, by Elizabeth Eichbrecht from Team Michigan, 50-41. Out in front here in lane 4, Hayes from Team Indiana coming underneath the flags to the finish. She's going to win the heat in a time of 52-21. 52-21 for Hayes to take first place in the event. Second place in the heat, Shapiro, lane 5, 52-74 for her. Event 8, 13-14 boys, 100-yard freestyle. Heat 1, lane 1, Matthew Cron, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2, Ryan Dew, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3 will be Cameron Saida Zamoff, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4, Ethan Liu, 14-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 5, Greg Flairmoyne, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6 is Dane Trask, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7, Spencer Gremben, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. And lane 8, Dimitri Pronin, 13-year-old from Team Wisconsin. And the opening heat will go to Sadazimov in lane 3 in a time of 49.06 from Michigan. Heat 2, lane 1 will be Matthew Quadros, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 2 is Kipton Helmrich, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 3, Logan Brown, 14-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Bennett Kruckberg, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Will Farrell, 14-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Garrett Parsons, 14-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 7, Reed McCammon, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. And lane 8, Jackson Russell, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Good competitive heat here. As we got, looks like 7 of the 8 athletes in contention for the win headed for home here in Heat 2. Keep the eye on your bottom of your screen here in lane 8. Russell from Team Indiana. Looks like he's going to take the win here in lane 8. 48-54. Maybe that's our first win of any of our heats out of lane 8 here today at the IU Natatorium. There are no slow lanes here at the IU Natatorium, though. Heat 3. Lane 1, Gabe Trujillo, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2, Harrison Lee, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Jacob Nadur, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Kai Joyner, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Cooper McQuiston, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 6, Everett Heiser, 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 7, Noah Landry, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. And in lane eight is Andrew Kruger, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Two-way battle for the lead at just after the halfway point here. Lanes 4 and 5, Joyner in 4, McQuiston in 5. Drew Kibler set the meet record in 2015 from Team Indiana, 46-21. Looks like Joyner's going to take the win here in the heat. He goes a 46-24. Just off the meet record, but he does win the event with the time. Second place in the heat, McQuiston goes a 46-78 to take second overall. Event 9, 11-12 girls, 100-yard freestyle. 3 heats of time finals. Heat 1, lane 1. Ivana Sanchez Jansen, 12-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 2, Mary Bowe, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 3, Gabby Tayankova, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4, Ella Urban, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 5, Claire Tomasek, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 6, Megan Overrod, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7, Alyssa Deal, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Lily Hopkins, 11-year-old from Team Kentucky. It's like lane 5 out in front here. Tomasek. Coming on now in lane 3 is Tyankova here at the wall. The win will go to Tomasek in lane 5 from Michigan. Time of 57:06. Heat 2, lane 1 will be Jordan McPhee, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2, Isabel Cox, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 3, Gina Hench, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 4, Brooklyn Powers, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 5, Samantha Webster, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 6 is Raina Boxwell, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Stella Schmidt, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. And in lane 8, Paige Turnbow, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Halfway mark, it's Cox in lane 2 out in front from Team Indiana. Still appears to be Cox in lane 2, getting a challenge now from Hinch in lane 3 at the wall. Cox hangs on to take the win, though, in a time of 56:09. New fastest time for Isabel Cox from Team Indiana. Heat 3, lane 1 will be Maya Wiedenking, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 2, Alcie Gafke, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 3 will be Jocelyn Raybuck, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Kate Allen, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5, Adelise Trumpauer, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6, Angelina Drew, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 7 is Annie Hare, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. And lane 8, Clara Laritzen, 11-year-old from Team Michigan. Lily Christensen from Team Indiana set the meet record in 2019 in a time of 52:47. Kate Allen leading at the halfway mark here in lane 4 from Team Indiana. About a half a body length lead over the rest of the field. Allen, a half a lap to go here to the finish, extending to about a body length lead now from Team Indiana. Coming into the wall, Kate's going to go a 53:37 to take the win in the event. Second place in the heat, Trumpauer in lane 5. 54:71 for her. That'll be good for second overall. Event 10, 11-12 boys, 100-yard freestyle. 3 heats of time finals. Heat 1, lane 1, Julian Stump, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Beck Bailey, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Griffin Kawa, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Charlie Reynolds, 11-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 5 is Zach Vallejos, 11-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Lucas Carr, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Jack Carr, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. And in lane 8, Luke Northup, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. This is very competitive heat here. Heat 1, 11-12 boys, 100-yard freestyle. And Vallejos in lane 5 with the win, 57-91. Heat 2, lane 1 will be Braden Chen, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Or Team Ohio, rather. Lane 2 is Durham Ditch, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, A.J. Chesterfield, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 4, Oliver Pierce, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 5, Michael Edwards, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 6, Logan McCauley, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Tyler Sagal, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. And in lane 8, Dylan Schoen, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, it's Chesterfield from Team Indiana out in front at the halfway mark. Off the wall strong, though, is Pierce in lane 4 from Team Michigan. He's coming on to challenge Chesterfield now as those two head into the final turn, far into the pool. And it looks like off the wall, it's Pierce in lane 4 from Michigan who grabbed the lead. And Pierce is pulling away. He's going to take the win here in this heat in a time of 54.92 in lane 4 from Michigan. Heat 3. Lane 1, Zane Seeley, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 2, Owen Boss, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 3, Cameron Dula, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Austin Young, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5 is Ronan Cusack, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6, Timmy O'Rourke, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 7 is Frederick Musa, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 8, Tate Stevens, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Jarrett Payne set the meet record in 2019 from Team Ohio, 49.60 the time. Halfway mark here in lane 4, it's Young from Team Indiana out in front. That's Austin Young. Young being challenged at the finish here by Cusack, but the win will go to Austin Young. 52.65 for him, and he'll take first place in the event. Second place in the heat was Cusack in lane 5 from Michigan, 53.03, and that'll be good for second place overall. Event 11, 10 and under girls 100-yard freestyle. 3 heats of time finals. Heat 1, lane 1 will be Emma Griffin, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 2 is Elsie Morgan, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Maya Stroud, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Emmeline Christie, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 5 will be Leah Guan, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6, Abby Redding, 10-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Collins Fish, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. And in lane 8, Sophia Nelson, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Battle here at the finish, lanes 4 and 5. Christie in 4 and Guan in 5. Looks like it's going to be lane 5. Leah Guan takes the win. 104.81 from Team Ohio. Heat 2, lane 1, it will be Penny McDonald, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2, Ella Loyola, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Amelia Crompton, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Emily Nichols, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Elsie Graber, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 6, Kennedy Kuhn, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Olivia Alanen, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. And Lane 8, Nola Moulter, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4 leading at the halfway mark, Nichols from Kentucky. Or excuse me, it's actually lane 3, that's Crompton from Team Ohio. Nichols is in a battle for second right behind her. It looks like now getting, maybe you can't see her at the bottom of the screen by the coaches on the pool, but it looks like it's actually lane 8 now with the lead. That's Moulter from Michigan. So keeping our eye on lane 8, looks like she's going to take the win. That's Moulter. She goes a 102.52. Heat 3 now. Lane 1 will be Lainey Benke, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2 is Riley Robertson, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 3, Carly Trent, 10-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 4, Scarlett Martin, 10-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5, Sarah Fleener, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 6 is Ailsa Mendoza, 10-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 7, Caitlin Leodahl, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. And Lane 8, Maddie Goya, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. In the lead here in lane 4, it's Martin from Team Indiana. Meet record was set in 2016 by Lucy Mayrabon from Team Michigan, 57.39 the time. Dominating swim here for Scarlett Martin in lane 4 from Indiana. And Scarlett's going to stop the clock in a time of 59.52 to take the win in the competition. Second place in the heat, lane 7, was Leodahl. 102.46 for her. It's going to be good for second overall. Event 12, 10 under boys, 100-yard freestyle. 3 heats of time finals. Heat 1, lane 1. Harrison Carr, 9-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2 will be Callan Williamowski, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3 will be TJ Isaac, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4 is Varun Bassam, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Beckham McAteer, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 6, Matt Rice, 10-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 7, Ben Humphrey, 10-year-old Team Michigan. And in lane 8, Ben Kohler, a 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Once again, we're coming to you from the IU Natatorium on the campus of IU Indianapolis, downtown Indianapolis, Indiana, here at the 2025 Mid-States 14 Under All-Star Championship, sponsored by Speedo. Our broadcasts are on the Indiana Swimming YouTube channel, and they will be archived for future viewing if you should choose to do so and go back and watch it at a later date. Or if you're watching us for the first time on the replay or the archive. Isaac took the opening heat in lane 3 in a time of 105.48 from Ohio. Heat 2, lane 1, Teddy Howe, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2 will be Ziggy Nesta Miejos, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Benjamin McPherson, 9-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4 is Callan Rishi, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 5 is Fitz Motor, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6 is Luke Sayer, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Patrick McLean, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Carbon Hawk, 9-year-old from Team Wisconsin. We got a two-way battle for the lead here just after past the halfway mark. Lanes 3 and 4, McPherson in 3 and Rishi in 4.
Now pulling out just a little bit of lead here in lane 3 coming to the finish. McPherson from Team Ohio. He'll take the win in a time of 1:00:80 for McPherson. Heat 3 now, third and final heat, time finals. 10 and under boys, 100-yard freestyle, fastest seeded heat. Lane 1, Revison Trumpauer, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2 will be Channing Wenzel, 10-year-old from Kentucky. Lane 3, Mason Cogswell, 10-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 4, Gabriel Brown, 9-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5 is Marek Shepko, 10-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 6, Charlie Hazel, 10-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 7, Ben Schroeder, 10-year-old Team Indiana. And Lane 8, Anders Hedberg, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Jarrett Payne set the meet record in 2017 in a time 56:72. Halfway mark here. Out in front in lane 4 is Gabriel Brown from Team Indiana. By about a half a body length. Looks like Gabriel Brown's going to win this final heat in lane 4 and finishes up with a time of 59:16, which will win the event. Second place in the heat was Cogswell, lane 3, 1:00:04, and that'll be good for second overall. Moving on to event 13 now. It's the 11 to 14-year-old girls 200-yard backstroke. We'll have 6 heats of time finals here. This will be 8 lengths of the pool backstroke. So this is the way this is going to work. The 11 through 14-year-olds will all compete together, but first place awards and points will be awarded by age group. So there will be a overall champion for the 11-12-year-old age group and an overall champion for the 13-14-year-old age group. And it looks like we've got all the 11 and 12-year-olds swimming together here in the first 3 heats and all the 13-14-year-olds swimming together in the last 2 heats. So it should be easy to keep track of here for event 13, 11, 14 girls 200-yard backstroke. So that's how the 11 to 14-year-old age groups are going to work. They will work here this weekend for both the boys and the girls when they swim the 11 to 14-year-old age group events. There'll be an overall champion for the 11, 12-year-olds and then an overall champion for the 13, 14-year-olds, even though they might be swimming together in some occasions in the same heat. Both age groups may be swimming together in a certain heat. Not the case here in 11, 14 girls 200-yard backstroke. Heat 1 of 6, and lane 1 will be Charlotte Garant, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2, Riley Massaglia, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Brooke Stegmeyer, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Aiden Etheridge, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Paige Turnbow, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 6, Brina Stanley, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Morgan Ripley, 12-year-old Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Piper Hebner, 11-year-old from Team Michigan. It's past halfway here. 8 lengths of the pool, the 200-yard backstroke. Lane 3 out in front, that's Stegmeyer from Ohio. Yeah, we got, looks like lane 4 stopped briefly, maybe lost track of where she was, as perhaps doesn't swim the 200 back very often. She was right in a battle for the lead there. That was Etheridge. She's back underway, though, and has moved back into second place as she's trailing now the leader in lane 3, Stegmeyer. Good recovery by Etheridge in lane 4. Looks like she's going to take second in the heat. The win in the heat will go in lane 3 to Stegmeyer, 2:18:08. The second place in the heat was Etheridge in lane 4 from Kentucky, 2:19.20. Heat 2. Well, obviously on backstroke events, we will not use flyover starts as the athletes start from the water. Heat 2, lane 1 will be Ellie Wigglesworth, 12-year-old from Kentucky. Lane 2, Annie Hare, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3, Maddie Kissinger, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4 is Claire Liu, 11-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Jordan McPhee, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 6 is Peyton Smith, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 7, Angelina Drew, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 8, Annalise Cannon, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. And I'll remind everybody, during these 11 to 14 age group 200-yard events, you're going to have to go to Meet Mobile to check the final results, because I might not be able to give you the champion for each age group, because in some cases they may be swimming together. I'll do my best, though. Because in some cases, as I said earlier, we might have the same age groups swimming together in a heat. In this case, 2 age groups, 11, 12-year-olds and 13, 14-year-olds. Not the case, though, in 11, 14 girls 200-yard backstroke. All the 11, 12-year-olds in heats 1 through 3 and heats 4 through 6 and 13, 14-year-olds. Past halfway here in lane 3 out in front, Kissinger from Minnesota. Heat 2 win goes to Angelina Drew from Ohio, 2:16.06. And that moves her into the lead in the 11, 12-year-old 200-yard backstroke competition. Second play, Drew won at 2:16.06. Actually, the win was Peyton Smith, lane 6, also from Ohio. She goes at 2:14.58, and that moves her into the lead. Heat 3, in lane 1, Haley Bolduc, 11-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 2, Emma Inch, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 3, Lilia Helmer, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Macy Severu, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 5 will be Grace Gannon, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 6 is Ruby Sinninger, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 7, Grayson Schindhelm, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. And lane 8, Grace Turnbull, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Great start in lane 5 here by Gannon from Team Indiana. Time to beat is 2:14.58 in the 11-12 girls 200-yard backstroke. Gannon leads by over a body length in lane 5 here at the halfway mark. There is no 11, 12-year-old meet record. The only meet record is from the 13, 14 age group. In this event, it's 1:58.65 by Madeline Christman from Team Indiana. record set in 2018. So Grace Gannon in lane 5 on her way to winning 11, 12-year-old girls 200-yard backstroke competition. And 2:10.59 her time. Second place in the heat, lane 4, Severud, 2:13.04. Heat 4 now, 11-14 girls 200-yard backstroke. Heats 4, 5, and 6 will be all 13 and 14-year-olds. In Heat 4, lane 1, Janessa Centris, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Lilu Thompson, 13-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 3, Maddie Bowman, 14-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 4, Amelia Pan, 14-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 5, Rachel Brzezinski, 13-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 6, Sophie Dankoff, 14-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 7, Allie Amston, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. And lane 8, Elena Pontrelli, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Coming up on the halfway mark with the lead in lane 4, Amelia Pan, Team Michigan. Amelia Pan takes the win at a time of 2:07.16 in Heat 4. Second place was Dankoff, 2:09.91. Heat 5. Lane 1, Elsie Brazil, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2, Catherine Sowerby, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Zara Patton, 13-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 4, Leighton Lentz, 13-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 5, Charlotte Dawkins, 13-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Isabel Harger, 13-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 7, Emma Sina, 13-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 8, Kelly Burke, 13-year-old Team Wisconsin. Battle for the lead out here in lanes 4 and 5. Lentz in lane 4, Dawkins in lane 5. Lentz from Ohio, Dawkins from Kentucky. Coming up on the halfway mark. Out in front now officially is Lentz at the halfway mark in lane 4 from Ohio.
Making a move now on the back half in lane 7 is Messina from Wisconsin. It's still Leighton Lentz in lane 4 out in front, coming up on the final turn. Messina is trying to make the charge. Let's see. Maybe a battle between those two coming up on this final half a lap here. 200-yard backstroke. And let's see if Cena's gone into the lead here in lane 7. And she has. She takes the win. Emma Cena, 2:06.01. Moves her into first place in the 13-14 girls 200-yard backstroke competition. Lance got second in lane 4, 2:06.69. Heat 6, lane 1, Natalie Loritzen, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2, Kennedy Brooks, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Hannah Rose, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Michelle Dean, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 5 will be Marion Calwait, 13-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 6, Miranda Phelps, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7, Whitney Jones, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Helena Weller, 13-year-old from Team Indiana. Meet record set in 2018, as I said earlier, by Madeline Crispin from Indiana, 158.65. Halfway mark, a pretty comfortable lead here in lane 4 by Michelle Dean from Team Ohio. No one challenging Michelle Dean at this point in lane 4. One of the more dominating swims we've seen here today at the IU Natatorium here. In any of our heats coming here. Heat 6, 11-14 girls 200-yard backstroke event. Two age groups combined into one event. Each age group having a winner. Did Dean to take the win in a time of 2:01.36. 2:01.36. And she's going to win the 13-14 girls 200-yard backstroke competition with that event. Marion Calwait got second in the heat in lane 5 from Minnesota. 2:06.78 her time. Next up, event 14, 11-14 boys 200-yard backstroke. 6 heats of time finals. And this event, very much similar to the girls' event. Heats 1 through 3 will be our 11 and 12 boys. Heats 4, 5, and 6 will be our 13-14 boys. So we'll be able to keep track of each age group here and give you the overall winner. Heat 1, lane 1, Owen Reber, 11-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 2, Will Hazel, 12-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Levi Benson, 11-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4 is Mills Herbst, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 5, Derek Liu, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 6, Max Nemmergut, 12-year-old from Minnesota. Lane 7 is Bays Denherter, 12-year-old Team Michigan. And lane 8, Brody Schweiderman, 12-year-old from Kentucky.
Opening heat goes to Bays Denherter, lane 7 from Michigan, 2:18.67 his time. Second place was Leo, lane 5, 2:19.94. Heat 2. Lane 1, Mason Afifi, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 2, Liam Whip, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 3 is Talon Hawk, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Wyatt Dole, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 5, Dylan Zhao, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 6 is Tyler Sagal, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 7, Dylan Schoen, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Landon Dudinsky, 11-year-old from Team Michigan. Halfway mark here. It's like out in front is Zhao in lane 5 from Team Indiana, followed by Dudinsky in lane 8 from Michigan. Zhao still out in front. Lane 5 under less than a 50 to go now. 200-yard backstroke event. Good strong back half swim here in lane 2 by Whip from Team Minnesota. The win will go to Dylan Zhao, lane 5, 2:16.09. Second place in the heat, lane 2 to Whip from Minnesota, 2:16.65. Heat 3, lane 1 will be Iman Huey, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Charlie Dunbar, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 3, Noah Terrell, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 4, Eric Kozuzik, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5 will be Durham Ditch, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 6, Henry McDonald, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 7 will be Ryan Huo, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. And in lane 8, Colin Gullett, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. This is our third and final heat of the 11 12-year-olds in the 200 backstroke. And at the opening 50, your lead's going to be down here at the bottom of your screen in lane 8, Gullett from Team Ohio. And Gullett's going to continue to lead at the halfway mark. Slight lead over athlete in lane 4. That's Kozuzik from Team Indiana.
Gullett trying to take this wire to wire, this heat in lane 8 here from Team Ohio. Looks like he's going to do so. We'll see what his winning time in the heat is. It's going to be 2:09.94, and he's going to win the 11, 12-year-old boys competition in his 200 backstroke. Second place in the heat to Kazuzik, 2:11.76. Heat 4 of the 200-yard backstroke for the boys. This will be the next 3 heats, 13, 14-year-old age group. Lane 1 will be Kyle Pike, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2, Theo Ojiba, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Greg Flairmoy, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4, Austin Pritz, 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5, Knox Taylor, 14-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Zach Moore, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 7 will be Alex Labum, 13-year-old Team Wisconsin. And Lane 8, Austin Hansen, 13-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Heat 4 of 6, though, on your heat sheet for 11-14 boys, 200-yard backstroke. They've got 2 competitions within one, though. You have your 11-12 boys backstroke champion, which we just decided a few moments ago. That was Colin Gullett. Now we're going to see who's going to win the 13-14 boys 200-yard backstroke. Each champion will score 20 points for their team. Out in front here in lane 4, it's Austin Pritz from Team Indiana. And the win will go to Austin Pritz in Heat 2 from Team Indiana, 2:01.60 for him. Second place in the heat, Flairmoy, lane 3 from Michigan, 2:01.79. Pretty competitive race at the end. Heat 5, lane 1, Everett Heiser, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 2, Reed McCammon, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3 will be Hudson Coter, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Jackson Teskey, 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5, Dane Trask, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6, Dylan Pacheco, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 7 is Teddy Motor, 13-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Jasper Barone, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Great start out the top of your screen here in lane 1. Everett Heiser from Team Indiana. Continuing to lead is Everett Heiser in lane 1 at the halfway mark. Second place in lane 4, Jackson Teskey, also from Team Indiana. Coming up on a 50 to go with Heiser continuing to lead. He's led all the way in lane 1. Winner of Heat 5 is Everett Heiser in lane 1 from Team Indiana, 158.68. And he moves into first place in the 13-14-year-old age group. Second place in the heat, Pacheco in lane 6 from Indiana, 159.44. Sixth and final heat now, 11-14 boys, 200-yard backstroke. Lane 1, Nolan Dean, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2, Caleb Tan, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Antonio Beleza, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4, Elliott Leisure, 13-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5 is Ian Kimmick, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6, Logan Brown, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 7, Kipton Helmert, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. And lane 8, Ethan Liu, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. 13-14-year-old backstroke meet record, the 13-14-year-old 200-yard backstroke meet record belongs to Will Modglin from Team Indiana. He set that mark in 2019 with a time of 1:52.10. And we've got Elliott Leisure in lane 4 from Team Minnesota. His seed time is beneath that meet record. His seed time is 1:52.2. So we'll keep our eye on Elliott. He's off to a real hot start here in this heat. About a body and a half length lead at the halfway mark for Leisure in lane 4. Second place in lane 5, Kimmick from Team Ohio. We've not seen any meet records fall at this year's event, the 2025 Mid-State All-Stars Championship, sponsored by Speedo. Will Leisure, Elliott Leisure, the 13-year-old from Team Minnesota, give that meet record a challenge here. He's got 50 yards to go in the 200-yard backstroke event. .158.68 is the time to beat to win the event for the age group. And I would say that I think Elliott Leisure is going to break the meet record. Here he comes and stops the clock, and a new meet record time of 1:50.05 in the 13-14 boys 200-yard backstroke. That's our first meet record of the weekend. He gets a nice round of applause, deservingly so. Second place in the heat to Kimmick in lane 5 from Team Ohio, 1:54.24. Next up is event 15, 11-12-year-old girls 50-yard backstroke. 3 heats of time finals. In heat 1, lane 1, Emily Exu, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2, Megan Hoverard, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Mariana Della Mora, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Emma Jolly, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 5, Brennan Masters, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 6 is Paige Turnbow, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Becca Hoffman, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. And in lane 8, Charlotte Garant, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. The win in heat 1 is going to go to Mariana Della Mora in lane 3 from Kentucky in a time of 29:49. Heat 2, lane 1, Clara Laritzen, 11-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2, Clara or Julia, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Presley Barker, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 4, Annalise Cannon, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 5, Angelina Drew, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 6 will be Peyton Pascal, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Claire Liu, 11-year-old Team Kentucky. And in lane 8 is Ellie Wigglesworth, 12-year-old from Kentucky. Heat 2 win will go to Angelina Drew in lane 5 from Ohio. 29:20 her time. That's the new fast time.
Third and final heat now, 11-12 girls 50-yard backstroke. Heat 3, lane 1, Mary Bowe, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Gina Hench, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 3, Ella Urban, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Macy Severud, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Raina Boxwell, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 6, Audrey Krill, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 7, Grace Turnbull, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. And in lane 8, Nora Kellstrom, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Tight battle here at the wall. Who's going to take the win? It's going to be Macy Severud in lane 4 from Minnesota. Time of 28:24, and that'll win the competition for Macy. Second place in the heat in lane 8 was Kellstrom from Indiana, 28:71 her time, the second overall for her. Event 16, 11-12 boys, 50-yard backstroke. That last meet record, by the way, was held by Madeline Meredith from Kentucky, that time 26:90. Heat 1, 11-12 boys, 50-yard backstroke. Lane 1, Owen Reber, 11-year-old from Kentucky. Lane 2, Griffin Kawa, 12-year-old from Wisconsin. Lane 3, James David York, 12-year-old from Kentucky. Lane 4, Keshav Karan, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 5, Frederick Musa, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6 is Jordan Borzinski, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Luke Northup, 12-year-old from Kentucky. And lane 8, Mason Afifi, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. At the wall, winning Heat 1 goes to Musa Frederick from Michigan, a time of 29:92. Heat 2, lane 1, Will Hazel, 12-year-old from Kentucky. Lane 2, Iman Huey, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 3, Archer Haugus, 11-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Jonas Smith, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 5, Henry McDonald, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 6, Bays Denherter, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 7 is Max Nemergut, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. And lane 8, Liam Whip, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Heat 2, 11, 12-year-old boys, 50-yard backstroke. Watch the top of the screen here. Lanes 2 and 3 battling here. Huey and Haugus. Coming on now in 4 is Smith. Who's going to take it to the wall? It'll be, or actually it was 5 that came on and took it to the wall. Henry McDonald from Team Ohio takes the win in a time of 29:55. Heat 3, lane 1, Everett Preston, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 2, Colin Gullett, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Ronan Cusack, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 4, Austin Young, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5, Timmy O'Rourke, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 6 is Oliver Pierce, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 7, Ontario Johnson, 12-year-old Team Indiana. And lane 8, Wyatt Dole, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Ben Kernawan from Michigan set the meet record in 2017 at a time of 25:84. A great start here in lane 4 and great underwater work as well by Austin Young from Team Indiana. Austin's going to win this third and final heat. His winning time will be 27:45 to win the event for Austin. Second place in the heat. Lane went to Gullett in lane 2 from Ohio, 28:77. That'll be second overall. 10 and under girls now in the 50-yard backstroke, event 17. 3 heats of time finals. Heat 1, lane 1, Mary Inninger, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2, Bianca Lasik, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 3 is Maya Stroud, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Isla Wensman, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Ella Loyola, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 6, Anna Praw, 8-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Piper Bailey, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. And in lane 8, Lilia Piper, 10-year-old from Kentucky. Really competitive opening heat here. We'll have to rely on the clock to see who gets in there first. It's going to be Stroud in lane 3 from Kentucky. 34:28 her time. Heat 2. Lane 1 will be Collins Fish, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2, Aubrey Claggett, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Audrey Perkins, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 4, Sophia Nelson, 10-year-old from Kentucky. Lane 5, Nola Moulter, 10-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 6, Olivia Fritz, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Penny McDonald, 10-year-old Team Ohio. And in Lane 8, Sarah Fleener, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. See who emerges first off the wall. Maybe lane 3. Perkins from Indiana. Coming on strong now in lane 4. Nelson from Kentucky here inside the flags. She's flying inside the flags. She's going to win this heat. That's Sophia Nelson from Kentucky. 32:43 her time. Heat 3 in lane 1. Charlotte Tufel, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2, Scarlett Martin, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3, Liv Zimmerly, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Caitlin Leodahl, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Carly Trent, 10-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 6 is Elsie Graber, 10-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Maddie Goya, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. And lane 8, Lainey Benke, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Third and final heat, 10 under girls 50-yard backstroke event. Meet record was set in 2013 by Hugh of Kentucky in a time of 29:98. It's a pretty old meet record here. 10 under girls 50-yard backstroke event. And the win's going to go to Caitlin Leodahl from Minnesota in a time of 31:12. She wins the heat and the event. Second place in the heat to Trenton Lane 5 from Indiana, Team Indiana, in a time of 31:80. That'll be good for second overall. 10 under boys, 50-yard backstroke event, event 18. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 1, Luke Sayer, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Logan Dudinsky, 10-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 3, Michael Maynard, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4 is JoJo Sarate, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5 will be Torian Foreman, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6, Luke Braun, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Theo Overard, 9-year-old from Team Michigan. And lane 8, Mason Braun, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Winner of our opening heat in lane 5 is Torian Foreman from Michigan in a time of 34:32. Heat 2, lane 1, Matt Rice, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2, Jack Reynolds, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Benny Johnson, 10-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 4, Sean Northup, 9-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 5 is Becca McAteer, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 6 is Callan William Oski, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 7, Benjamin McPherson, 9-year-old from Team Ohio. And in lane 8, Harrison Carr, 9-year-old from Team Minnesota. Looks like lane 4 pulling away a little bit at the finish to take the win here. Sean Northup from Kentucky, 33:18 his time. On to heat 3 now. Lane 1, Jace Jackson, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 2, Ryan Tian, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3 will be Fitz Motor, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Charlie Hazel, 10-year-old also from Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Ben Schroeder, 10-year-old Team Indiana. And lane 6 is Mason Cogswell, 10-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 7, Michael Lee, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. And in lane 8, Ethan Ma, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Meet record was set by Andrew Wong from Team Ohio in 2019. The time is 29:59. Good underwater work in lane 7 off the wall by Michael Lee from Kentucky. Coming on strong and open water swimming in lane 4, though, is Hazel from Kentucky. Now being challenged by Schroeder in 5. Who's going to take the win? It'll be Hazel in lane 4 from Team Kentucky in a time of 31:15 to win the event. Second place went to Schroeder in the heat, Team Indiana, 31:18, and that'll be second overall. We're going to move to some breaststroke events now. Event 19, 13-14 girls 100-yard breaststroke. 3 heats of time finals. Heat 1, lane 1, Kendall Simpson, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 2 will be Claire Rundahl, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Lydia Idokovich, 13-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4 is Kaylee Marinello, 14-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 5 will be Evie Seifert, 14-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Lila Solomon, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7, Raylan Anderson, 13-year-old Team Wisconsin. And lane 8, Melanie Ortiz, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Just past halfway. It looks like out in lane 6 with the lead here is Solomon from Michigan. It's Lila Solomon. Pretty strong back half swim top of your screen here in lane 1 by Simpson from Kentucky. Now coming on in lane 5 as well is Seifert. The win will go to Lila Solomon in lane 6. She goes wire to wire from Michigan, 1:10.45 for her. And second place in, actually we had a tie between Solomon and Simpson. Lanes 1 and 6, Kendall Simpson also swam a 1:10.45 in lane 1. Heat 2, lane 1, Sydney Piles, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 2, Madeline Yonkis, 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 3, Claire Goslin, 13-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 4, Elena Weller, 13-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5 will be Maya Turfler, 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 6, Chandler Offerman, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Caroline Nielsen, 13-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 8, Vivian Schott, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. Turfler out in front in lane 5. And she takes the win at a time of 1:08.11. Second place in 4 was Weller from Indiana, 1:08.34. Third and final heat, lane 1, Ellie McClure, 13-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 2 is Sophie Dankoff, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3 will be Maya Jones, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4 is Brenly Bonez from 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5, Miranda Francois, 14-year-old team Minnesota. Lane 6, Joy Dries, 13-year-old team Ohio. Lane 7 is Kayla Reynolds, 14-year-old team Ohio. And lane 8, Lulu Flynn, 13-year-old from team Michigan. Meet record set by Alexis Pelks from team Ohio in 2023, time at 2:16.60. And, well, that can't be right. That's got to be a misprint. Not sure what the meet record time is for the 100-yard breaststroke. I think 2:16.60 would be a 200 time. But a dominating swim here, lane 4. Brenley Bonez from Indiana. She's going to win the heat in a time of 1:03.63 to take the event. For Brenley. Second place in lane 6 was Joy Dries from Ohio, 1:04.70. That'll be second overall. Event 20, 13-14 boys, 100-yard breaststroke, 3 heats of time finals. Heat 1, lane 1 is Kobe Bonlender, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2, Matthew Cron, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3 is June Park, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4, Rock Tiem, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 5 is Finn Kelly, 13-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 6, Johnny Fontes, 14-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 7, Dimitri Pronin, 13-year-old Team Wisconsin. And in lane 8, Mason Bowker, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Really good race here at the halfway mark. Officially, it's Fontes in lane 6 with the lead, but most of the field right together here as we're on the back half. Final turn. See who emerges first off the underwater pullout. You know, kind of tough to tell. Maybe lane 5. Kelly coming on now in the middle of the pool is Tiem from Michigan. Is he going to take the win? He will. Rock Tiem from Michigan goes a 1:04.63. Second place to Kelly in lane 5 from Michigan, 1:05.06. Heat 2, lane 1, Everett Heiser, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 2 is Jack Baker, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Thomas Naylor, 14-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 4, Mac Allen, 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5 is Parker Miller, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 6 is Ian Kimmick, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 7, Noah Albert, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. And lane 8, we have Teddy Motor, the 13-year-old from Team Kentucky. Another strong competitive heat here after the opening 50. 100-yard breaststroke event. Looks like out in front here in lane 5 is Miller from Team Minnesota. Trying to give him a run in lane 3 is Naylor. But Miller will hang on from Minnesota, goes a 1:00.43. Second place was Naylor, lane 3 from Ohio, 1:00.82. Heat 3, lane 1 will be Bennett Kruckberg, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Caleb Tan, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Noah Landry, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Jacob Nadur, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 5, Will Farrell, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6 is Gabe Broden, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Ty Rice, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Matthew Quadros, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Meet record was set last year by Wilson York from Kentucky in a time of, well, again, that's a 200 time, 2:01 flat. So I'm not sure why they don't have any 100, unless this is a new event. I'm not sure. Can't remember. I don't recall last year. Landry from Team Minnesota trying to hang on and take the win in lane 3. He does. He goes a 59.66 to take the win in the event. Second place in the heat was Nadur in lane 4 from Ohio, 59.97 to be second overall. Event 21, 11-12 girls 100-yard backstroke. 4 heats of time finals in heat 1. Lane 3 will be Junia Chang, 11-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4, Jenny Elg, 11-year-old from Team Minnesota. And lane 5, Audrey Williams, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Out in front here in lane 4 is Elg from Minnesota. And Elg wins the opening heat in a time of 1:14.94. Heat 2 now. In lane 2, it'll be Jenny Burke, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Kinley Jones, 12-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Maya Allen, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 6 will be Genevieve Welch, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. And lane 7, Brennan Masters, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Halfway mark out in front in lane 5, Maya Allen from Michigan. Very, very close, though. All 5 swimmers in contention in this heat for the win. Still Maya Allen out in front, about a half a lap to go for her in lane 5. Making a move now in lane 2. Burke from Team Wisconsin coming inside the flags. Let's see who gets in there first. It's going to be Maya Allen from Michigan. 1:14.06 for her. To the 1:14.13 of Burke. Heat 3. Lane 1, Gia Esposito, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2 is Charlotte Walter, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Raina Boxwell, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Kayla Klein, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 5, Reese Jensen, 11-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 6 is Faith Wilhelm, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 7 is Lainey Johnson, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. And lane 8, we have Emma D. Michelle, 12-year-old from Kentucky. Great start here in lane 2 by Walter from Ohio. Now coming on strong at the end of the opening 50 in lane 5, Jensen from Wisconsin. Actually, it was lane 6, Faith Wilhelm from Ohio, making that charge. Looks like she's got the lead rather coming off the wall in 6. That's Faith Wilhelm from Ohio. And Wilhelm takes the win in the heat in a time of 1:10.96. Second place in the heat in lane 4 was Klein from Michigan, 1:11.19. Fourth and final heat now. Lane 1, Alexis Conkey, 12-year-old from Michigan. Lane 2, Alyssa Deal, 12-year-old Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Anna Nelson, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Sydney Ermel, 12-year-old Team Indiana.
Lane 5, Izzy Mork, 12-year-old team Minnesota. Lane 6, Annie Hare, 12-year-old team Indiana. Lane 7 is Adelise Trumpauer, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. And in Lane 8, Stella Morath, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Final heat, 11-12 girls 100-yard breaststroke. Addie Rebellion from Ohio set the meet record in 2020 in the time of 105.71. Leading at the halfway mark here in Lane 4 is going to be Ermel from Indiana. Still Sydney Ermel out in front as she heads for home off the final wall. Really charging at the top of your screen in lane 1 here is Alexis Conkey from Michigan. I think she's going to run out of pool. Ermel's going to take the win in the heat in time of 108.04 in lane 4 to win the event. From Team Indiana, second place in lane 1 was Conkey from Michigan. 109.05 her time. Event 22, 11-12 boys, 100-yard breaststroke. Heat 1, lane 1, Durham Ditch, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2, Max Stokes, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 3 is Dylan Wells, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 4, Ben Nowak, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Ethan Phillips, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6 is Isaac Juleson, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7 is Reich Joyner, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. And lane 8, Talon Hawk, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Tight finish here. The win's going to go to Nowak in lane 4 from Minnesota, 111.92. And edging out Phillips in lane 5 from Michigan, he goes a 112.20. Heat 2, lane 1, Luke Bowman, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2 is Matthew Dorschig, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Reginald Burton, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 4, Cormac Jaquist, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 5, Bays Denherter, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 6 is Cole Fakit, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 7, Luke Northup, 12-year-old Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Jason Liu, 11-year-old Team Minnesota. Halfway mark, it's Jaquist in lane 4 from Michigan out in front. Meet record was set by Wilson York from Kentucky in 2022 in a time of 103.53. This is heat 2, 11-12 boys, 100-yard breaststroke. Jake was still leading. Making a charge is Burton right above him in lane 3. Jaquist hangs on to take the win from Michigan, 109.67. And Burton got second in lane 3 from Indiana, 109.80 it looks like. Heat 3, lane 1, Trey Moretti Slavin, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2 is Beck Bailey, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Cameron Dula, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Andrew Zhang, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 5, Braden Chen, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6, Dylan Zhao, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 7 is James David York, 12-year-old from Kentucky. And lane 8, Samuel Liu, 12-year-old from Kentucky. Opening up about a 3/4 of body length early lead here at the halfway mark in lane 4 is Zhang from Ohio. Once again, that meet record is 103.53. Zhang continuing to lead, trying to make a move now in lane 5 is Chen, also from Team Ohio, coming inside the flags now to the finish. And Zhang is going to take the win from Ohio. He goes a 102.90, and we got another meet record. Second meet record of the meet. Meet record, new meet record for Andrew Zhang of Team Indiana on the 11-12 boys 100-yard breaststroke. Second in the heat and overall was Braden Chen. Lane 5 from Ohio, 103.38 his time. Event 23, 10 and under girls, 100-yard breaststroke. 3 heats of time finals. Heat 1, lane 1, Abigail Kimber, 10-year-old from Minnesota. Lane 2, Nora Pearson, 9-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 3, Amelia Garant, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4, Elsie Morgan, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 5, Sophia Nelson, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6 will be Emma Jahick, 9-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 7, Addie Rogers, 10-year-old from Kentucky. And in lane 8, Annabelle Lemaster, also a 10-year-old from Kentucky. Out in front, in lane 4, Elsie Morgan from Team Michigan coming to the wall. Elsie will win the opening heat. 126.83 her time. Once again, a reminder, check Meet Mobile for all the results of this meet this weekend here at the IU Natatorium. Heat 2, 10 under girls 100-yard breaststroke. Lane 1, Alice Barone, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Nicole Ruan, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3 is Eleanor Chan, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 4, Addie Seelock, 9-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 5, Chloe Liu, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6 is Ellie Bake, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Nina Hampton, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. And in lane 8, Hannah Linz, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. With the lead in lane 4 here is Seelock from Ohio. Really competitive heat, though. Here, the second heat, 10 under girls 100-yard breaststroke. Looks like 7 of the 8 athletes in contention for the win as we head down to the final turn, far into the pool. Still Seelock with the lead, perhaps extending her lead a little bit. We'll see. Now trying to move in on her in lane 3 is Eleanor Chan from Team Indiana coming underneath the flags. Will Chan take the win in lane 3? She will. Eleanor Chan goes a 122.11. Second place was Seelock from Ohio, 122.27. Heat 3. Lane 1, Elizabeth Burke, 9-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2 is Haley Milliman, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3 will be Isla Wensman, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Leah Yeun, 10-year-old from Michigan. Lane 5, Sophia Liu, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 6 is Abby Redding, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin.
Lane 7, Mackenzie Setterlin, 10-year-old Team Ohio. And in lane 8, Finn Honinger, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. The meet record set in 1997, which precedes our Indiana Swimming YouTube coverage of this event. Adanya from Team Ohio set that meet record in 1997 at a time of 1:13:25. Out in front is Yoon from Michigan. Leah Yan from Michigan. Now trying to be a challenge here at the wall by Liu from Indiana, but I think it's going to be Yan. Leah Yan takes the win from Michigan, 1:17:53, and that'll be good enough to take the event win as well. Second place, Sophia Liu from Indiana, 1:17:72. That'll be second overall. Event 24, 10 under boys, 100-yard breaststroke, 3 heats of time finals. In lane 1, Theo Hovard, 9-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2, Cooper Knoll, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Solly Flowers, 9-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Ben Kohler, 10-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Ben Humphrey, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6, Noah Nicholson, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7 is Benny Dunbar, 9-year-old from Team Michigan. And lane 8, Varun Bassam, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Halfway mark with the lead. In lane 3, it's Flowers from Kentucky. Trying to give him a challenge, though, in lane 7 is Dunbar from Michigan. And it looks like it's going to be Benny Dunbar in lane 7, who strong back half swim takes the win. 1:26:34. Second place in a time of 1:26:83 was Flowers. Heat 2, lane 1, Charlie Hedgerken, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2 will be Ben Schroeder, 10-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 3, TJ Eschman, 9-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Gabriel Brown, 9-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5 is Carbon Hawk, 9-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 6, Harrison Yankee, 9-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Gabe Kuzqueko, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. And lane 8, William Riddle, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 1 out in front. Here it's Hyde Gherkin. Top of your screen from Minnesota. And the win will go to Charlie Heidgerton in lane 1, 1:19:20.
Heat 2. Heat 3 coming up. Lane 1 will be Walter McCune, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2, Isaac Lynn, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3 is Anders Hedberg, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4 is Jogi Egbers, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5 will be Ziggy Nesta Miejos, 10-year-old from Wisconsin. Lane 6 is Lane Weston, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 7, Michael Lee, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Caden Lemon, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Meet record was set in 2016 by Chase Swearingen from Ohio in a time of 1:13.94. Out to the early lead here in lane 6 is Weston from Kentucky. Dominating swim here for Lane Weston from Kentucky. He wins the heat and the event in a time of 1:15.12. And second place was Egbers in lane 4 from Minnesota, 1:18.56. Next up is event 25, 11-14 girls 200-yard butterfly event. And we'll have effectively two competitions. Scoring points here. 11, 12-year-olds in their own competition and 13, 14-year-olds in their own competition. 11, 12-year-old swimming heats 1 through 3. 13, 14-year-olds heats 4 through 6. So we can keep track of the overall winners for you. Heat 1 in lane 1 will be Becca Hoffman, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 2, Marlena Spetz, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Emma Jolly, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Gabby Tyankova, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 5, Kinley Jones, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6 is Alois Bone, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. And lane 7, Jenny Burke, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. So 200 yards butterfly here, 8 lengths to the pool. One of the tougher races these athletes will swim here this weekend. The key in the 200-yard butterfly is you always want to save something for that final 50. That's oftentimes where this race is won, the 200-yard butterfly. That final 50 will probably see lead changes take place on the back halves of these swims in a number of these heats, but we'll see how they play out. Leading at the halfway mark here in lane 4 is Tyankova from Michigan. Coming up on the final turn here. Gabby Tyankova hanging on still to the lead here in lane 4. Making a move now here on this final 25 in lane 3 is, or lane 2 rather, is Marlena Spetz. And I think she's going to go on and take the win in the opening heat. She will, from Ohio. 2:26.55. Second place in lane 6 was Bone from Minnesota, 2:27.62. Heat 2. Lane 1, Kinsey Green, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2, Elsa Dissel,
12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Stella Schmidt, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 4, Emerson Northup, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Sydney Ermel, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 6 is Audrey Krill, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 7, Piper Hebner, 11-year-old from Team Michigan. And Lane 8, Paige Turnbow, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. And 8 lengths of the pool butterfly. Pretty close race at the halfway mark. It looks like lane 8, it's Paige Turnbow from Minnesota who officially had the lead. But I tell you what, we've got 7 of the 8 athletes contending for the heat win here as we're underway on the back half here of this 200-yard butterfly event. Like lane 2 now, maybe moving into the lead here. That's Elsa Dissel from Ohio. Coming up on a 50 to go for her. And she's got the lead ahead of her Team Ohio teammate in lane 3, Schmidt. Still Elsa Dissel in lane 2. Really making a nice move here in lane 5 is Ermel. Let's see who takes the win. It's going to be Ermel. Great close for Sydney Ermel in lane 5 from Team Indiana. Takes the win in a time of 2:26.55. And that's the exact same time swum by Spetz in the opening heat to take that opening heat win. So we've got a tie right now for the lead. Second in that heat went to Dissel in lane 2 from Ohio, 2:26.72. Heat 3 now. Final heat of 11 12-year-olds here in the 200-yard butterfly. In lane 1, Olivia Moore, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 2, Grayson Schindhelm, 12-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 3 will be Maya Weddingking, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Grace Gannon, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5, Lilia Helmrich, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 6, Emmy Inge, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 7 is Alice Gafke, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. And lane 8, Evian Kane, 11-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Good underwater work off the walls here by your early leader. That's Grace Gannon in lane 4 from Team Indiana. Grace Gannon at the halfway mark is going to have a little more than a body length lead over Maya Weddingking in lane 3 from Kentucky. We got 6 of the 8 athletes in striking distance behind Gannon here, though, going into the back half of this race. So let's see what happens. We've had lead changes in the final 50 in our first 2 heats here. Gannon looks strong, though, in lane 4. Showing no signs of tiring yet as she starts her final 50. Moving into second now in lane 7 is Gafke from Minnesota. Good back half swim for her. I'm not sure she's got enough left to chase down Gannon in the final 25, but we'll see. She came off of that. She closed going into that turn.
Boy, Gafke's turned it on in lane 7, but now Gannon's responded in lane 4. It's almost like Gannon sensed that Gafke had come on, and Gannon's going to hang on and take the win in lane 4 from Team Indiana at a time of 2:11.13 to win the event with that time in the 11-12-year-olds. Great swim by Gafke. In lane 7 goes a 2:11.30 from Team Minnesota. Gets second in the 11-12-year-old girls 200-yard butterfly event. The next 3 heats are 13-14-year-olds in the 200-yard butterfly. Heat 4. Lane 1 will be Hayden White, 13-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2, Christina Junn, 13-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Megan Greenberg, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Eva Hughes, 13-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 5, Marianne Calwait, 13-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 6 is Ava Johnjack, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Ellie Reagan, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. And lane 8, Heidi Zuska, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Early lead in lane 4 here belongs to Hughes from Ohio. Out in front in lane 5 here in heat 4 is Calwait from Minnesota, 13-year-old. Coming to the finish here, and good swim here by Marianne Calwait. Takes the win in a time of 2:11.40. His second place went to Hughes in lane 4 from Ohio, 2:15.23. Calwait was 2:11.40 from Team Minnesota. Heat 5 now. What is effectively the 13-14 girls 200-yard butterfly. 11-12-year-old swam in the first 3 heats. So heat 5, lane 1 will be Annie Remus, 13-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2, Kelly Burke, 13-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Kennedy Brooks, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Claire Goslin, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 5, Soph Berg, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 6, Madison Horvath, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 7 will be Kaya Casey, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. And lane 8, Michelle Dean, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. 8 lengths to the pool here, the 200-yard butterfly, heat 5. Establishing a nice early lead here at the bottom of your screen in lane 8 is Dean from Ohio. She might be blocked from your viewpoint by the coaches and athletes on the side of the pool, but she's got a nice early healthy lead here at the halfway mark here in lane 8. Second place in lane 3 is Brooks from Kentucky.
And Michelle Dean's going to take this wire to wire in lane 8 in a time of 2:08.95 to move into the lead. 13-14 girls 200-yard butterfly competition. Second place in the heat was Gosselin in lane 4 from Michigan, 2:11.32. Sixth and final heat coming up here. Lane 1, Ji-Yoon Woo, 13-year-old from Michigan. Lane 2, Allie Amston, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. This is heat 6. Lane 3 is Claire Herfel, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Lana Shapiro, 13-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Evie Wheat, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 6 is Maria El Kadasi, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7, Haley Hunter, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 8, Abigail Campbell, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. 13-14-year-old meet record in the 200-yard butterfly belongs to Siggy Naimo of Team Minnesota, set last year in a time. Well, again, that's going to be a 100 time, 54.79. So I'm not sure what the 200 meet record is. This may be the first year for the. I wouldn't think the 13, 14-year-olds would be the first year they've swam this, but no 200 meet record here on our heat sheet. Nice early rhythm being established here in lane 4 by Shapiro from Kentucky. We've got that water, pushing that water forward as she brings her arms through to the top and back into the water. The battle for second behind Shapiro. Looks like in second place in lane 3 is Herfel from Kentucky. And Shapiro is going to take the win from Kentucky in lane 4 in the heat. Goes to 2:03.87, and that'll win the 13, 14-year-old age group. Getting second was Herfel in lane 3 in the heat, 2:04.90. Now we're going to move to event 26. 11, 14-year-old boys, 200-yard butterfly, 6 heats of time finals. 11 and 12-year-olds are going to swim in our first 3 heats, and 13, 14-year-olds in our last 3 heats. Heat 1, lane 1, Kenny Zuska, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2, Samuel Liu, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Everett Sparling, 11-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Callum Clark, 11-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 5, Archer Green, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 6, Gio Kilpin, 12-year-old from Team, actually it's Gio Gilpin, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6, Colin McCrory, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Ethan Sinkankowicz, 11-year-old from Team Michigan. Ethan Sinkankowicz, he's in lane 8. Lane 6, it's Gilpin out in front from Ohio. Just past the halfway mark here, 200-yard butterfly. Gilpin continuing to lead. Second place in lane 4 is Clark from Wisconsin.
Gio Gilpin's going to go wire to wire in this opening heat. Stops the clock in a time of 2:24.35. Second place, Clark in lane 4 from Wisconsin, 2:26.93 for him. Heat 2 now. Lane 1 will have Liam Whipp, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Landon Dudinsky, 11-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Brody Schweiderman, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Levi Benson, 11-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Archer Haugus, 11-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 6, Jonas Smith, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 7 will be Derek Liu, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. And Lane 8, Freeman Hurst, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Out in front here in lane 2, it's Dudinsky from Team Michigan. Coming up on the halfway mark, and actually it looks like maybe taking the lead away from him here at the halfway mark in lane 8 is actually Freeman Hurst from Team Kentucky. Freeman does a great job of snapping those arms through the water back by the hips. He's in lane 8 with the lead. Making a move now here in lane 3 is Schweiderman from Team Kentucky. He's moved into second place now. See if he's got anything left for Hurst in lane 8 with a 50 to go. Schweiderman did a nice job of kind of building into the 200 fly. In lane 3 is what you want to do. Save something for that final 50, and it appears as though he's done that. In lane 3, the 12-year-old from Team Kentucky, he's got a 25 to go. He's got the lead now. And pulling away, actually, Brody Schweiderman from Kentucky. Looks like in second place is Dudinsky right above him from Michigan. But Brody Schweiderman will take this second heat from Kentucky in a time of 2:25.77. Second place in the heat was Dudinsky in lane 2 from Michigan, 2:28.34. Heat 3 now, 11-14 boys, 200-yard butterfly. Again, all 11 and 12 years old athletes, in this case 12-year-olds. In Heat 3, lane 1, Zane Seeley, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 2, Zachary Stewart-Lewis, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Ethan Phillips, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4, Victor Martin, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5, Ontario Johnson, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 6, Vincent Chen, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 7, Keshav Karun, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 8, William Durillik, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. The time to beat for the 11, 12-year-olds belongs to Gio Gilpin from Heat 1 in a time of 2:24.35. Great early advantage being built up here in lane 4 by Martin from Team Indiana. But again, you got to be a little careful that you don't burn up all your energy in the opening 100. We've seen lead changes so far in these 200 fly events in the back half numerous times, but a good swim so far by Victor Martin, 12-year-old in lane 4 from Team Indiana. A big lead here in the 200 butterfly event. And he looks strong.
by far and away in our 200 butterfly events, both the girls and the boys so far. This is one of the most dominating swim in the 200 fly races we've seen so far. We'll see if Victor Martin can make it hold up now with less than 50 yards to go. It does not look like he's going to be challenged in the final 25. In fact, he's got more than half a length of pool lead over everybody else here. Victor Martin takes the win here in Heat 3 from Team Indiana, a time of 2:11.36. And he wins the 11-12 boys competition by a wide margin over second place. Second place in the heat will go to Seeley in lane 1 in a 2:24.58. And that should be good enough, I think, for second overall in the 11-12 boys competition. Heat 4 now. All 13 and 14 boys in our final 3 heats. In lane 1 of Heat 4, Xander Vallejos, 14-year-old from Kentucky. Lane 2, Ryan Judd, 14-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Kyle Pike, 14-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Sam Ero, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 5, Nick Herner, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 6, Greg Flairmoyne, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7, Spencer Gremben, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. And Lane 8, Ryan Dew, 14-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Ero from Michigan leading at the halfway mark in lane 4. Or actually, it's going to officially to Flairmoyne in lane 6. Now it's Ero. He's in the lead. He's opening things up a little bit now over Flairmoyne in 6. 50 to go. Sam Ero from Michigan with the lead.
Once again, want to remind our spectators that tomorrow, in order to kind of move the lead along and get everybody on the road back home, we're going to start at the regular schedule time. But we will be doing competition in both the North and South pools tomorrow.
And Sam Ero will hit Heat 4. Goes at 2:02.55 from Team Michigan. Second place in the heat, Greg Flairmoyne from Michigan, lane 6. 2:05.92. Heat 5 coming up. 11-14 boys, 200-yard butterfly. And again, all 13-14 boys here in both heats 5 and 6. Heat 5, lane 1 will be Nolan Dean, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2 will be Perry Hugh, 13-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 3, Jack Baker, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Jackson Russell, 14-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 5, Micah Delbitz, 14-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 6 is Zach Moore, 14-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Finn Kelly, 13-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 8, Caden McLean, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. And Jackson Russell in lane 4 from Team Indiana has really opened things up here early in this opening 100, 200 butterfly race. Very, very nice, smooth rhythm early by Jackson Russell here in lane 4. A lot of power being generated on that stroke as well from Jackson. Coming up on a 50 to go. Russell still out in front. One of the things Russell might want to work on a little bit is into the turns, maybe attacking the turn just a little bit stronger. Although it's a 200 fly event, you don't want to use all your energy up on the turns. You want to save something from the open water. Closing now on Russell here, just above him in lane 3 is Baker from Team Kentucky with a half a lap to go here. Can Russell hang on and take this wire to wire? And he will. Jackson Russell will take the win in a time of 1:59.43. And that's first place for the 13-14 boys so far. Second place, Baker in the heat in lane 3 from Kentucky, 1:59.54 for him. One more heat to go here, heat 6. Lane 1, Joshua Pendleton, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 2, Harrison Lee, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Mac Allen, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 4, Elliott Leisure, 13-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Gabe Trujillo, 14-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6 is Andrew Kruger, 14-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 7, Antonia Beleza, 14-year-old from Team Michigan. And lane 8, Christopher Divley, 14-year-old from Team Indiana. Those athletes that can come into the walls on stroke and the butterfly instead of maybe gliding in are the ones that set themselves up to attack it stronger than others do, who kind of glide in. Early lead here, Elliott Leisure, lane 4 from Team Minnesota. We saw Elliott break a meet record earlier today. He did that in the 200 backstroke. We'll see what he does here in the 200 butterfly. We don't have a 200 butterfly meet record time, but he's out. Nice early lead here early. Lane 4, and lane 2 has second place held down right now. That's Harrison Lee from Kentucky. Leisure's going to take the win here. And his winning time, 1:53.73, and he's going to win the event in the 13-14 boys competition 200-yard butterfly. Second place in the heat was Gabe Trujillo in lane 5 from Ohio in a time of 1:55.14. That would be good for second in the 13-14 boys competition. Moving to event 27 now, 11-12 girls 50-yard butterfly, 3 heats of time finals. In lane 1, it will be Madeline King, 11-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 2, Nora Kellstrom, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3, Emerson Northup, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Piper Hebner, 11-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 5, Stella Schmidt, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6, Brennan Masters, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Kinley Jones, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Reese Jensen, 11-year-old from Team Wisconsin. I want to remind everybody that after our relays, and we'll give you the winner here first. It's Nora Kellstrom in lane 2 from Indiana in a time of 28.89. After our relays, we're going to be switching. We're going to switch over on our broadcast to the 1650s. There'll be 2 broadcasts, one from the South Pool for the boys and one from the North Pool from the girls. So we're going to stop this broadcast momentarily after the relays to start a new broadcast. Heat 2, lane 1, Alexis Conkey, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 2, Gretchen Myers, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Lola Plunkett, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Claire Liu, 11-year-old from Kentucky. Lane 5, Clara Laritzen, 11-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 6, Samantha Webster, 12-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 7, Gina Hentz, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. And lane 8, Peyton Pascal, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. The win goes to Plunkett in lane 3 from Ohio, 27-70 her time. Moves her into the lead in the event. Third and final heat now. 11-12 girls 50-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Macy Severud, 12-year-old team Minnesota. Lane 2, Lilia Helmrich, 12-year-old team Minnesota. Lane 3, Brooklyn Powers, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Nora Few, 11-year-old team Wisconsin. Lane 5 is Kate Allen, 12-year-old team Indiana. Lane 6, Maggie Hupster, 11-year-old team Indiana. Lane 7 will be Jocelyn Rabuck, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. And Lane 8, Emma Jolly, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lily Christensen set the meet record in this event from Team Indiana in 2019 in a time of 25:62. A little bit of delay here getting this third heat underway. Athletes are on the block, but they have not been asked to start. It looks like lane 4 is then actually going to end up being open here. And the win's going to go to Kate Allen in lane 5 from Indiana, 27-15, and she'll win the event with that swim. Second place in the heat to Powers in lane 3 from Ohio, 27-38 her time. That'll be second overall. Then 28, 11-12 boys, 50-yard butterfly time final. 3 heats. Heat 1, lane 1, Jack Carr, 12-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Seth Wolotko, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 3, Zach Vallejos, 11-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Archer Hogus, 11-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5 is Lachlan Hayes, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 6, Everett Sparling, 11-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 7 is Rowan Kramer, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. And lane 8 is Andrew Gustafsson, 12-year-old from Wisconsin. Wind's going to go to lane 2 here. That's Seth Wolotko in a time of 29:15. Heat 2, lane 1 will be Jason Liu, 11-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Ozen Sarah Ader, 11-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Ronan Cusack, 12-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 4, Isaac Fowler, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 5, Oliver Pierce, 12-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 6 is Tucker Lavaz, 11-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7, Vincent Chen, 12-year-old Team Indiana. And lane 8, Will Hazel, 12-year-old from Team Kentucky. And the win here goes to lane 4. That's Isaac Fowler, 27:45 for him. Heat 3, lane 1, Austin Young, 12-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 2, Tate Stevens, 12-year-old Team Ohio. Lane 3, Wyatt Dole, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Owen Boss, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 5, Andrew Zhang, 12-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6, Cameron Dula, 12-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 7, Timmy O'Rourke, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. And in lane 8, Ontario Johnson, 12-year-old from Team Indiana. And the win goes to Andrew Zhang from Ohio, lane 5, 26-23. That'll be good for first overall. Event 29, 10 and under girls 50-yard butterfly, 3 heats of time finals. Lane 1, Emma Griffin, 10-year-old from Kentucky. Lane 2, Noah Moulter, 10-year-old Team Michigan. Lane 3, Piper Bailey, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 4, Ellie Bake, 10-year-old Team Wisconsin. Lane 5, Kennedy Kuhn, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 6, Haley Zachariasova, Zach Rejazic, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7, Emily Akkad, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. And lane 8, Harper Herndon, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. And the win went to Piper Bailey, lane 3 from Kentucky, in a time of 32:59. Heat 2, lane 1 will be Callista Wang, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 2, Lainey Benke, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 3, Sarah Fleener, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 4, Emily Nichols, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 5, Abigail Ponto, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 6, Charlotte Teufel, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 7, Abigail Kimber, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. And in lane 8, Olivia Lonan, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. The win went to Abigail Ponto in lane 5 from Ohio, 31:09. Heat 3, lane 1, Audrey Perkins, 10-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 2, Emmy Dahmer, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3, Ava Isaacs, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Caitlin Leodahl, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Sophia Liu, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 6, Aubrey Claggett, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 7, Harper Bartling, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. And lane 8, Elizabeth Burke, 9-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Caitlin Leodahl in lane 4 with the win in a time of 30.19, and she'll take the win overall in the event. Meet record was and remains 27.99 in the event. 10 and under boys, event 30, 50-yard butterfly, 3 heats of time finals. Heat 1, lane 1 will be Jack Reynolds, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 2 is Luke Braun, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Anders Hedberg, 10-year-old from Team Minnesota. Lane 4, Becca McAteer, 10-year-old from Wisconsin. Lane 5, Teddy Howe, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 6, Torian Foreman, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. Lane 7 is Benny Dunbar, 9-year-old from Team Michigan. And lane 8, Harrison Carr, 9-year-old from Team Minnesota. The win in the opening heat goes to Hedberg in lane 3 from Minnesota. 32-34. Heat 2, lane 1, Callan Williamowski, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 2, Varun Bassam, 10-year-old from Team Wisconsin. Lane 3, Walker McKeon, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Jojo Cerati, 10-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 5, Jogi Egbers, 10-year-old Team Minnesota. Lane 6, Patrick McLean, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 7, Mason Cogswell, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. And lane 8, Callan Rishi, 10-year-old from Team Michigan. The win's going to go to Cerati in lane 4 from Minnesota. 30.89 his time. Heat 3 now. 10 under boys, 50-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Harrison Hull, 10-year-old Team Indiana. Lane 2 is Merrick Shepko, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 3, Ethan Ma, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 4, Revison Trumpauer, 10-year-old from Team Ohio. Lane 5, Ryan Tian, 10-year-old from Team Indiana. Lane 6, Michael Lee, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. Lane 7, Channing Wenzel, 10-year-old from Team Kentucky. And lane 8, Sean Northup, 9-year-old from Team Kentucky. Meet set record set by Jarrett Payne in 2017 at the time of 28:03. And the win will go to Shepko in lane 2. 29.90 his time. And that'll win the event with that swim. All right, there's going to be a 10-minute break in competition now, and then we'll resume with event 31, 13-14 girls 200-yard medley relay after a 10-minute break in competitions. They've got to get all the relays assembled here. We'll have the 13-14 girls 200-yard medley relay, event 32 or event 31, then event 32, 13-14 boys 200-yard medley relay, event 33, 11-12 girls 200-yard medley relay, and then it's events 34 and 35. Event 34 is the 11-12 boys 200-yard medley relay. Event 35 will be the 10 and under girls 200-yard medley relay, and event 36, 10 and under boys 200-yard medley relay. To wrap up this broadcast from the South Pool, then we'll have a brief, once again we will sign off briefly with this broadcast after the relays, and then sign back on for the 1650. That'll be event 38 from the South Pool of the boys 11 through 14, boys 11, 14-year-olds, 1650. Separate webcast. We'll sign off briefly, then sign back on for that webcast. Then there'll be actually two webcasts going on. There'll be one for the North Pool as well for the girls, 11, 14-year-olds in the 1650. We're going to have a short break here. We'll be back with the relays in a moment.
Okay, we're ready for event 31, 13-14 girls 200-yard medley relay. 2 heats of time finals here. In heat 1, lane 3, it'll be Minnesota B, led off by Leilu Thompson. Lane 4 will be Ohio B. We do not have names for the Ohio B athletes. Lane 5, Wisconsin B, led off by Emma Sinna. And lane 6, Kentucky B, led off by Hannah Rose. Medley relay, backstroke, breaststroke, butterfly, freestyle, the stroke order. Looks like it's Wisconsin B with the lead. Let's take a look at the breaststrokers. Minnesota B, Chandler Offerman. Wisconsin B, Claire Rundahl. And for Kentucky B, Sydney Piles. Again, we do not have athletes for Ohio B, names for Ohio B in lane 4, and they've actually moved into the lead. Ohio B with the lead. Let's take a look at the butterflyers. Minnesota B, Charlotte McIntyre. Wisconsin B, Anna Beatty. And for Kentucky B, Madison Horvath. But again, it's so Ohio B out in front on this butterfly leg in lane 4. Anchor legs coming up. Freestylers. Here's who's swimming freestyle. Minnesota B, Bree Harvey. Wisconsin B, Ellen Bramwell, and for Kentucky B, Whitney Jones. Ohio B in control of this opening heat right now. 13-14 girls 200-yard medley relay time final in lane 4. They're going to set the time to beat it appears, for the second heat. Ohio B's winning time is 1:49.68. Heat 2, lane 1, Ohio A, led off by Michelle Dean. Lane 2, Michigan B, led off by Natalie Lauritsen. Lane 3, Kentucky A, led off by Kennedy Brooks. Lane 4, Michigan A, Miranda Phelps on lead off. Lane 5, Indiana A, led off by Allie Amson. Lane 6, Indiana B, led off by Helena Weller. Lane 7 will be Minnesota A, led off by Janessa Centerez. And lane 8, Wisconsin A, led off by Rachel Berzinski. Lane 3 with the early lead, Kentucky A. Here's the exchange. Let's take a look at the breaststrokers for these teams. Ohio A, Joy Dries. Michigan B, Claire Goslin. Kentucky A, Mia Jones. Michigan A, Lulu Flynn. Indiana A, Brenly Bonez. Indiana B, Audrey Wolf. Minnesota A, Miranda Francois. And Wisconsin A, Caroline Nielsen. Big lead here for Kentucky A in lane 3. And here are the butterflyers. For Ohio A, it's going to be Eva Hughes. Michigan B, Catherine Sowerby. Kentucky A, Lana Shapiro. Michigan A, Johanna Silva Castro. Indiana A, Evie Wheat. Indiana B, Haley Hunter. Minnesota A, Marion Calwait. And for Wisconsin A, Elsie Brazil. Still Kentucky A out in front. Here are our anchor legs, the freestylers. For Ohio A, Sophia Craig. Minnesota B, Amelia Pan. Kentucky A, Claire Herfel. Minnesota A, Catherine Howe. Indiana A, Abigail Campbell. No athlete listed for Indiana B on the anchor. Minnesota A will be Vivian Schotten. For Wisconsin A, it'll be Sophie Schneider. Dominating swim for Kentucky A. Meet record is 1:45.22, by the way. And it looks like they will just be off of that. Kentucky A goes a 1:45.27 to take the win in 13-14 girls 200 medley relay. Second place in the heat was Ohio A at a time of 1:48.42. That'll be good for second overall. 13-14 boys 200 medley relay, event 32, 2 heats of time finals. Heat 1.
Lane 3, Indiana A, led off by Everett Heiser. Lane 4, Wisconsin A, led off by Alex Laban. Lane 5, Wisconsin B, led off by Theo Ogiba. Lane 6, Indiana B, led off by Patrick Collins. Great start here for Indiana A in lane 3 with Everett Heiser on backstroke. Here are our breaststrokers for Indiana A, Matthew Quadros. Wisconsin A, Dimitri Pronin. Wisconsin B, Ryan Judd. And Indiana B, Mac Allen. Indiana A still out in front here. Coming up on the exchange to the Butterflyers. Here are the Butterflyers. Indiana A, Cooper McQuiston. Wisconsin A, Spencer Gremben. Wisconsin B, Kyle Pike. And for Indiana B, Kiari Slater. Indiana A opening up its lead now here and widening it on this third leg. The anchor legs, the freestylers for Indiana A, Jackson Russell. For Wisconsin A, Ryan Doe. Wisconsin B, Matthew Cron. And for Indiana B, Christian Miller. Indiana A in lane 3 is going to take the win. They're going to set the time to beat for the second heat. Indiana A's winning time, 136.90. Indiana B got second in that opening heat, 140.37. Heat 2, 13-14 boys, 200 medley relay. Lane 1 will be Kentucky B, led off by Trent Holland. Lane 2, Kentucky A, led off by Logan Brown. Lane 3, Michigan A, led off by Antonio Beleza. Lane 4, Minnesota A, led off by Elliott Leisure. Lane 5, Ohio A, Ian Kimmick on leadoff. Lane 6, Ohio B, led off by Ethan Liu. Lane 7, Minnesota B, led off by Kipton Helmrich. Lane 8, Michigan B, led off by Greg Flairmoyne. Meet record is 135.96, set by Kentucky last year. Yeah, tightly contested heat so far. Let's take a look at the breaststrokers here. For Kentucky B, Ty Rice. For Kentucky A, Will Farrell. Michigan A, Rock Tiem. Minnesota A, Noah Landry. Ohio A, Jacob Nadur. Ohio B, Caleb Tan. Minnesota B, Parker Miller. And for Michigan B, June Park. Minnesota A with the lead. Let's take a look at the Butterflyers. For Kentucky B, Gavin Jackson. Kentucky A, Harrison Lee. Michigan A, Finn Kelly. Minnesota A, Brian Haugus. Ohio A, Gabe Trujillo. Ohio B is Caden McClain. Minnesota B, Zach Moore. And Michigan B, Sam Ero. Lane 4, it's Minnesota A out in front. Coming up on the anchor legs, here's who's swimming freestyle for these teams. Kentucky B, Jack Baker. Kentucky A, Andrew Kruger. Michigan A, Cameron Sayedazmov. Minnesota A, Kai Joyner. Ohio A, Garrett Parsons. Ohio B, Link McGowan. Minnesota B, Bennett Kruckberg. And for Michigan B, Dane Trask. As the win's going to go to Minnesota A here in lane 4 in a time of 135.34. 135.34 is a new meet record in the 13-14 boys 200 medley relay for Minnesota A to win the event. Second place in that heat went to Ohio A in lane 5, 137.68. Third meet record of this Saturday session. Event 33 now, 11-12 girls 200-yard medley relay.
Heat 1, 11-12 girls 200-yard medley relay. Lane 3, Michigan B, led off by Emily Zhu. Lane 4, Minnesota B, led off by Marty Bowe. Lane 5, Kentucky A, led off by Claire Liu. Lane 6, Kentucky B, led off by Ellie Wigglesworth. Our breaststrokers, Michigan B, Kayla Klein. Minnesota B, Izza Mort. Kentucky A, Alyssa Deal. And for Kentucky B, Emma D. Michelle. Close heat here in Heat 1. 11-12 girls 200-yard medley relay on the breaststroke leg. Looks like moving out in the lead now, Kentucky A in 5. Let's take a look at the butterflyers. For Michigan B, Piper Hebner. Minnesota B, Samantha Webster. Kentucky A, Maya Wiedenking. And for Kentucky B, Emerson Northup. Anchor legs coming up here. For Michigan B, Gretchen Myers. For Minnesota B, Paige Turnbow. Kentucky A, Lily Hopkins. And for Kentucky B, Adelaide Thompson. With Kentucky A out in front in lane 5. See if things tighten up here on this final half a lap. Moving up strongly in lane 3 here is Michigan B with anchor leg Gretchen Myers. Bang, bang, finish. Win goes to Kentucky A in lane 5. They hang on with a 1:58.01. Michigan B in 3 swam a 1:58.05. Heat 2 now. 11-12 girls 200-yard medley relay. Lane 1 will be Michigan A, led up by Emma Enge. Lane 2, Indiana B, led up by Gina Hench. Lane 3, Ohio A, Grace Turnbull on leadoff. Lane 4, Indiana A, led off by Audrey Krill. Lane 5, Wisconsin A, led off by Ella Urban. Lane 6, Minnesota A, led off by Macy Severud. Lane 7 is Wisconsin B, Annalise Cannon on leadoff. Lane 8, Ohio B, led off by Clara or Julia. Meet record set in 2017 by Team Indiana in a time of 1:50.88. It's like a slight lead here in lane 6, Minnesota A. Let's take a look at the breaststrokers here. Michigan A, Alexis Conkey. Indiana B, Stella Moretz. Ohio A, Faith Wilhelm. Indiana A, Sydney Ermel. Wisconsin A, Rayanna Boxwell. Minnesota A, Anna Nelson. Wisconsin B, Reese Jensen. And Ohio B, Charlotte Walter. Minnesota A out in front. Butterflyers are next. Michigan A, Clara Loritzen. Indiana B, Grace Gannon. Ohio A, Brooklyn Powers. Indiana A, Maggie Hupser. Wisconsin A, Nora Few. Minnesota A, Lilia Helmrich. Wisconsin B, Evian Kane. And for Ohio B, Emma Jolly. Those are your butterflyers. Minnesota A's led it wire to wire so far in 6. Let's take a look at the anchor legs, the freestylers. For Michigan A, Megan Hovard. For Indiana B, Annie Hare. Ohio A, Adelise Trumpire. Indiana A, Kate Allen. Wisconsin A, Jocelyn Raybuck. Minnesota A, Alice Gaffke. Wisconsin B, Grayson Schindhelm. And for Ohio B, Angelina Drew. Tight race, Minnesota A out in front in 6, trying to reel them in here in lane 4. Indiana A at the finish and a bang, bang finish. It's going to go to Indiana A in lane 4. Great anchor leg for them, and they swim a 1:53.69, 1:53.69 to win the event. Finishing second in the heat, Minnesota A, lane 6, 1:53.87, and that'll be good for second overall. Next up, event 34, 11-12 boys, 200-yard medley relay, 2 heats of time finals. In heat 1, lane 3, Wisconsin B, led off by Andrew Gustafson. Lane 4, Minnesota A,
Iman Huey on leadoff. Lane 5, Minnesota B, led off by Max Nemergutz. And lane 6, Kentucky B, with Luke Northup on leadoff. Backstroke. Got a good three-way battle into the wall here. Let's take a look at the breaststrokers for Wisconsin B, Griffin Kawa. Minnesota A, Ben Nowak. Minnesota B, Max Stokes. And for Kentucky B, Wyatt Ruley. Looks like in the lead now is Minnesota A in lane 4. Breaststrokers are next for Wisconsin B, or excuse me, butterflyers are next for Wisconsin B, Keshav Karan. For Minnesota A, Archer Hauges. Minnesota B, Everett Sparling. And for Kentucky B, Seth Wolotko. With Minnesota A out in front still here in lane 4 on the butterfly leg. Our anchor legs, the freestylers ready to hit the pool. Here's who's swimming freestyle. For Wisconsin B, Jordan Borzinski. For Minnesota A, Jason Liu. Minnesota B, Logan McCauley. And for Kentucky B, Zach Vallejos. And Minnesota A, pretty strong swim here in lane 4. Second place in lane 3 is Wisconsin B coming to the finish. Minnesota A is going to set the time to beat for the second heat, and they'll do so with a time of 1:57.81. 1:57.81 for Minnesota A. Heat 2 now. 11-12 boys, 200-yard medley relay time final. Lane 1, Michigan B led off by Landon Dudinsky. Lane 2, Michigan A led off by Ronan Cusack. Lane 3, Ohio B led off by Everett Preston. Lane 4, Ohio A led off by Colin Gullett. Lane 5, Indiana A led off by Timmy O'Rourke. Lane 6 will be Wisconsin A led off by Charlie Reynolds. Lane 7, Indiana B led off by Ontario Johnson. And in lane 8, Kentucky A led off by James David York. Meet record set in 2019 by Team Ohio in a time of 1:46.51. Great underwater work out here in lane 5 by Team Indiana's O'Rourke. Looks like a four-way battle here heading to the breaststroke. Here's who's swimming breaststroke. For Michigan B, Cormac Jaquist. Michigan A, Oliver Pierce. Ohio B, Braden Chen. Ohio A, Andrew Zhang. Indiana A, Dylan Zhao. Wisconsin A, Cameron Dola. Indiana B, Reginald Burton. And for Kentucky A, Beck Bailey. Out in front in lane 4 is Ohio A. Being challenged right above them by their teammates, Ohio B, for that lead. Butterflyers next. For Michigan B, Ozan Sarah Ader. For Michigan A, Tucker Lavaz. Ohio B, Tate Stevens. Ohio A, Owen Boss. Indiana A, Victor Martin. Wisconsin A, Wyatt Dold. Indiana B, Vincent Chen. And from Kentucky A, Will Hazel. Ohio A out in front. Freestylers now. Anchor legs to the pool. Michigan B, Charlie Dunbar. Michigan A, Frederick Musso. Ohio B, Luke Bowman. Ohio A, Jonas Smith. Indiana A, Austin Young. Wisconsin A, Durham Ditch. Indiana B, Noah Terrell. And for Kentucky A, Dylan Schoen. What a battle here between the two Ohio teams. Ohio A in 4 and Ohio B in 3. Coming inside the flags. Which Ohio team's going to out-touch whom here? The win's going to go to Ohio A in 4 in a time of 1:49.09. 1:49.09 for Ohio A. Ohio B gets second in the heat in a time of 1:49.20. They're going to go 1-2 in the 11-12 boys 200 medley relay. Team Ohio. That's going to score some big points for Team Ohio. They get 40 points for a relay win. Event 35, 10 and under girls 200-yard medley relay. 2 heats of time finals here. Heat 1, Lane 3, Minnesota B, led off by Bianca Lasik. Lane 4, Kentucky A, led off by Sophia Nelson. Lane 5, Wisconsin B, led off by Ella Loyola. And Lane 6, Kentucky B, led off by Leah Piper. Again, after the 10 and under boys 200-yard medley relay, we're going to be stopping this webcast on the South Pool to start another webcast for the boys 1650, the 11-14 boys 1650 heats. So you'll see this webcast start, and then momentarily another one will start up on the South Pool for the Indiana Swimming YouTube channel webcast. Take a look now at the breaststrokers here. Minnesota B, Alice Barone. Kentucky A, Emma Jayek. Wisconsin B, Ellie Bake. And for Kentucky B, Annabelle Lemaster. We'll actually have two webcasts running for the mile, the 1650s. One on the South Pool where I'm at for the boys 1650s, and then also another one on the North Pool for the girls 1650s. It's Kentucky A out in front. Up next are your butterflyers. Here's who's swimming butterfly. Minnesota B, Abigail Kimber. Kentucky A, Piper Bailey. Wisconsin B, Kennedy Kuhn. And for Kentucky B, Maya Stroud. Coming up on the anchor legs here in a tightly contested opening heat here. Freestylers for Minnesota B, Riley Robertson. Kentucky A, Emily Nichols. Wisconsin B, Hannah Lindsay. And for Kentucky B, Emma Griffin. Looks like taking over the lead here in lane 3 now is Minnesota B on the freestyle leg. We'll see if Kentucky A can answer back in lane 4. They led the first 3 legs. And they are here. Terrific finish here between Minnesota B and Kentucky A at the wall. Kentucky A will edge out Minnesota B. Kentucky A goes at 2:17.46. Minnesota B at 2:17.49. Great finish there. Heat 2 now, 10 under girls 200-yard medley relay. Lane 1, Ohio B, led off by Charlotte Tufel. Lane 2 will be Michigan A, led off by Lainey Benke. Lane 3, Wisconsin A, led off by Olivia Fritz. Lane 4, Indiana A, led off by Carly Trent. Lane 5, Minnesota A, led off by Caitlin Lewidall. Lane 6, Ohio A, led off by Liv Zimmerly. Lane 7, Indiana B, led off by Maddie Goya. And lane 8, Michigan B, led off by Collins Fish. Meet record was set in 2015 by Team Kentucky in a time of 2:03.61. It's like a 4-way battle into the wall here. Here's who's swimming breaststroke for these teams. For Ohio B, Nina Hampton. Michigan A, Leah Yeon. Wisconsin A, Abby Redding. Indiana A, Sophia Liu. Minnesota A, Isla Wensman. Ohio A, Mackenzie Setterlin. Indiana B, Eleanor Chan. And for Michigan B, Haley Milliman. On breaststroke now, things are starting to separate just a little bit here. In lane 4, it's Indiana A open up at about a body length lead over Minnesota A in lane 5. Butterflyers next. For Ohio B, it's Aubrey Claggett. Michigan A, Haley Zakrajik. Wisconsin A, Elizabeth Burke. Indiana A, Emmy Dahmer. Minnesota A, Elsie Graver. Ohio A, Ava Isaacs. Indiana B, Harper Bartling. And for Michigan B, Mary Inninger. And Indiana A still holding on to its advantage that it established on the breaststroke leg here in lane 4. Coming up on the anchor legs, the freestylers. For Ohio B, Lauren Modelinsky. Michigan A, Nola Moulter. Wisconsin A, Sarah Fleener. Indiana A, Scarlett Martin. Minnesota A, Olivia Alanen.
Ohio A, Sophia Hayo. Indiana B will be Aria Coffey, and for Michigan B, Liesl Roberts. Dominating swim here on these last 3 legs by Indiana A in lane 4. They're going to win this heat. They're going to win the event here. Well, the touchpad, now it's corrected itself for Indiana A. Winning time will be 2:06.48. 2:06.48 for Indiana A. For the 10 and under girls 200-yard medley relay. That's first place overall. Second place in the heat, Wisconsin A in lane 3, 2:10.60, and that'll be good for second overall. Up next, event 36, 10 and under boys 200-yard medley relay. 2 heats of time finals. Heat 1, lane 3 will be Minnesota B, led off by Michael Maynard. Lane 4, Michigan A, led off by Callan Rishi. Lane 5, Wisconsin B, led off by Jack Reynolds. And lane 6, Michigan B, led off by Matt Rice. Breaststrokers coming up here for Minnesota B, Charlie Edgerkin. For Michigan A, Noah Nicholson. Wisconsin B, Harrison Yankee. And for Michigan B, Benny Dunbar. Out in front, it's Minnesota B in lane 3 on the breaststroke leg. Here's the swimming butterfly for these teams. Minnesota B will be Kevin Nee. Michigan A, Torian Foreman. Wisconsin B, Carbon Hawk. And for Michigan B, Logan Dudinsky. Minnesota B is opening up things a little bit now at the start of the butterfly leg. Now closing in now is Michigan A at the end of the butterfly leg. Let's take a look at the freestylers. For Minnesota B, Luke Sayer. For Michigan A, Teddy Howe. Wisconsin B, Luke Braun. And for Michigan B, Ben Humphrey. Side by side basically here, Minnesota B in 3 and Michigan A in 4. Opening heat, 10 and under boys, 200-yard medley relay. So for these young men, I'm sure know exactly where they stand now as they head underneath the flags. Going to be a great finish here. Looks like Michigan A, I think, is going to pull ahead just at the finish and take the win in a time of 2:16.53. Second place, 2:16.79 for Minnesota B. Heat 2 now. Lane 1 will be Kentucky B, led off by Fitz Moulter. Lane 2, Wisconsin A, led off by Becca McAteer. Lane 3, Indiana B, led off by Ben Schroeder. Lane 4, Indiana A, led off by Gabriel Brown. Lane 5, Kentucky A, led off by Charlie Hazel. Lane 6, Ohio A, led off by Ethan Ma. Lane 7, Minnesota A, led off by Harrison Carr. And lane 8, Ohio B, led off by Benny Johnson. Meet record set in 2017 by Team Ohio in a time of 2:01.41. 10 and under boys, 200-yard medley relay, heat 2 of the time final. A little bit of a lead being established here in lane 4 by Indiana A as we get ready for the breaststroke leg. Here's who's swimming breaststroke. For Kentucky B, it'll be Solly Flowers. Wisconsin A, Ziggy Nesta Mejos. Indiana B, Isaac Lynn. Indiana A, Gabe Cueco. Indiana A will be Kentucky A, rather, Lane Weston. Ohio A, Walter McKeon. Minnesota A, Jogi Egbers. And for Ohio B, Caden Lemon. Into the lead now in lane 5, Kentucky A on this breaststroke leg. Let's take a look at the butterflyers. For Kentucky B, Sean Northam. Wisconsin A, Varun Vassam. Indiana B, Harrison Hall. Indiana A, Ryan Tien. Kentucky A, Michael Liu. Ohio A, Revison Trumpauer. Minnesota A, Jojo Cerati. And for Ohio B, Callan Williamowski. Looks like Kentucky A is extending its lead a little bit. Let's take a look at the freestylers, the anchor legs. For Kentucky B, Patrick McLean. Wisconsin A, Mason Braun. Indiana B, Mason Cogswell. Indiana A, Marek Shevko. Kentucky A, Channing Wenzel. Ohio A, Benjamin McPherson. Minnesota A, Anders Hedberg. And for Ohio B, it'll be TJ Isaac. Kentucky A in control, and it looks like in second place in lane 4 right now is Indiana A as we're coming inside the flags now to the finish, and the win's going to go to Kentucky A at a time of 2:03.07, and they'll take first place overall in the event. Second place goes to Indiana A in the heat, 2:05.14, and they'll take second overall. Well, that's going to wrap up this webcast here of the 2025 Mid-States 14 Under All-Stars Championship, sponsored by Speedo. Reminding everybody that we're switching webcast to a separate webcast here on the South Pool for event 38, which is 11-14 boys, 1650 freestyle. There'll be 2 webcasts, one for the North Pool, one for the South Pool. The girls' 1650s will be on the North Pool. I'm Eric Eaton saying so long for now. We'll talk to you in a few minutes.